Chapter 3022. Bai Shui agreed. Don't worry, it won't delay our journey. The gap is only half a day's journey from here. Su Yu shook his head. No. If I'm not wrong, that place is not safe. It shouldn't be, Bai Shui said. That place is very well hidden. Senior Elder Han and the rest would never guess that we could leave the heavenly law realm so easily. But looking at Su Yu's deep eyes, she couldn't help but waver. All right, what do you think we should do? Su Yu opened his mouth, mouthing a solution. Bai Shui nodded, her eyes suddenly brightening. The three of them hurried on without stopping, finally arriving at the border of the heavenly law realm half a day later. They could see a giant grey net at the border. No matter if they walked or flew, they couldn't avoid it. That was the defensive barrier of the heavenly law realm. It had been continuously strengthened since the first Heavenly Law Alliance Master. After more than a dozen eras, it had finally become a giant net capable of both offense and defense. Its toughness was enough to withstand the combined attacks of 10 great saints. It could be said that no one could break through it. Furthermore, if one tried to forcefully attack it, the energy stored within the giant net for more than a dozen eras would immediately be mobilized to destroy the intruder. Its power was extremely terrifying. But not far away, under the cover of a mountain, a corner of the giant net was extremely dim, flickering constantly. It flickered and disappeared at times. Su Yu and the other two squatted in the grass, silently observing their surroundings. Bai Shui said, "Do you see it? It's there. For some reason, the damage to this place has never been repaired. The gap exists for 3 breaths, then disappears for a cup of tea's time, then reappears for another 3 breaths. So as long as we take advantage of the moment the gap appears, we can successfully leave." Sheng Ji looked around cautiously. Those old monsters should need at least half a day to catch up. The illusion she had left behind had only been activated a few hours ago. Even a great sage would need at least half a day to get to the illusory realm from where they were. Hence, they had plenty of time. That's good, Bai Shui said. Let's hurry over, lest something bad happens. Su Yu and Sheng Ji had no objections. They dashed to the gap. The barrier at the gap was weakening. When it weakened to its limit, the gap would appear. They would have 3 breaths' time, enough for them to leave. Time ticked by. After half a cup of tea's time, the barrier finally weakened to the extreme, and a gap appeared. Let's go. Bai Shui supported Su Yu and was about to fly over. However, at this moment, a snow-white brush fell from the sky and stuck itself in front of the gap, blocking their way. A powerful shockwave pushed Bai Shui and the others back. Bai Shui looked up and saw a person standing on top of the brush. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Grand Elder Zhao?" The one who had come was precisely Elder Zhao, who they thought would not be able to catch up to them. Senior Elder Zhao looked at them coldly. When he saw that Su Yu was heavily injured and needed someone to support him, his expression became even colder. "Do you think that we, the elders, do not know that there is a gap here? What the Alliance Master knew, the Grand Elder might know as well. This gap has existed since the last great era. It didn't appear when you became the Alliance Lord." Senior Elder Zhao spoke of something that made White Snow's heart go cold. Just as Su Yu had expected, the gap was definitely not a safe place. Sheng Ji's beautiful face turned pale as she said, "How is that possible? Shouldn't you still be in the illusion?" Senior Elder Zhao had a mocking expression. "Little girl, do you think you can fool us with this little trick? We're just going with the flow, making you think that we are still there and have not caught up to you." It turned out that they had discovered the illusion long ago, but had not touched it because they had not reached the location of the illusion. In reality, they had already caught up to Su Yu and the others. It was only when they were about to reach the gap that they ordered the people left in the illusion to touch it, making Sheng Ji think that they were still in the illusion. After all, they were old monsters who had lived for countless years. In this world, there were not many schemes that could escape their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh suddenly, 4 strong figures appeared from all directions. One of them stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was the suffocatingly powerful Han Duanzu. His injuries had been completely healed. At this moment, he was just a skeleton. He stared at Su Yu with his deep eye sockets and said, "I knew that with your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to withstand the gaze of the Daotai ancestor. Injuring 1,000 enemies means suffering 800 casualties. This principle has never been broken." The other 3 elders secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Su Yu would have the strength to fight. Now, they could finally relax. That sickle is a peerless, ferocious object. It is better for the Heavenly Law Alliance to protect it so that it does not harm the common people. Han Duanzu took a step forward. He had not attacked, but the heavens and earth had already shattered. The huge barrier shook rapidly. The sun, moon, and stars rotated chaotically, and the 4 seasons appeared at the same time. It was so powerful that it affected everything and time. Puff, Bai Shui and Sheng Ji could not withstand the power of the kick. They both spat out blood, their expressions pained. Su Yu, who was seriously injured, fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Han Duanzu shook his head. After all, Bayan is a Bayan. It cannot shake a large tree. He flew down, and Bai Shui and Sheng Ji immediately felt the immense pressure. They fell unconscious, bleeding from their orifices. Just his arrival had suppressed them all to the ground. This was Han Duanzu's power. He grabbed at the air, about to grab the sword case on Su Yu's back and his space storage device. However, this grab actually missed. Han Duanzu creased his brows, then narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Under his gaze, faintly discernible cracks began to appear in the surroundings, as if something invisible was shattering. Crack, like a mirror breaking, a crisp sound could be heard all around. Countless fissures completely exploded. Illusion. Han Duanzu was slightly surprised. He immediately looked at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, his eyes flickering. Those 3 people were also covered in cracks. Finally, when all the cracks fell, the original world was revealed. The 3 of them dissipated into fluorescent light, leaving behind only a few energy stones that maintained the illusion. What? It's actually an illusion? The other 4 elders were shocked. They had never expected that what awaited them was not the 3 people, but an illusion. This was enough to show that they had realized that this place was not safe and had no intention of leaving. They had even left behind an illusion to delay them. "We have underestimated them," Han Duanzu said indifferently. "Among them, there is a very vigilant person." Elder Zhao said in a low voice, "The most important thing now is to find out where they are headed." Just as he finished speaking, a voice transmission sounded from their bodies at the same time. Opening it to take a look, it was the border entrance closest to this place that had been attacked by unknown people. "It's a diversion. We've been tricked. Let's go," Han Duanzu said decisively. It turned out that this group of people had purposely lured them here. In reality, they had attacked an entrance and left. At about 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 3023. Truly crafty enough, even we fell for it. A senior elder laughed angrily. They were all old monsters who had lived for several epochs, yet there was actually a time when they could reach the Tao. However, they are daydreaming if they want to leave. If the entrance is that easy to break through, then what is the point of the barrier's existence? Another senior elder said. "We need to end this battle quickly. Since she is a part of Mirror Flower Heaven's body, we cannot let her leave the Heavenly Law Union alive. Otherwise, what awaits us is a calamity." It turned out that when they found out that Su Yu, whom they were fighting, was the clone of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, they had indeed panicked. After that, she calmed down and became even more determined to keep Su Yu. Swish swish swish, they turned into streams of light and rushed to the entrance where the battle was taking place. A fierce battle was taking place in the small city at the entrance. On one side were the various Tao artifacts and magical treasures of the Heavenly Law Alliance's strong martial artists, while on the other side were the intense attacks of Su Yu, Bai Shui, and Sheng Ji. The battle between the 2 sides was unprecedentedly intense. Fortunately, the city's defense was astonishing, and Su Yu and the other 2 didn't succeed. They were blocked outside the city and couldn't even get close to the exit. Han Duanzu stared at Su Yu's battle shadow, and his eyes turned serious. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He made a grabbing motion, and a gourd appeared in his palm. This was a Tao artifact that he had refined for several epochs. Its power was not inferior to the Heavenly Law Alliance's Tao artifact. I won't let you get away this time. Han Duanzu activated the gourd, and a mass of silver-grey mist appeared from within. The mist transformed into a huge mouth, howling as it pounced forward, instantly devouring everything within 10,000 miles of the city, including Su Yu and the other two. Upon being engulfed, Su Yu and the other two tried their best to resist. Each of them displayed their domains, doctrine artifacts, and other weapons in an attempt to break through the silver-grey fog. Han Duanzu shook his head slightly. Don't waste your time. Once you enter my silver sand mist of the way, don't even think about coming out alive. Even as he said that, Han Duanzu was still performing hand seals, causing the silver sand mist to erupt with even greater power. He still had lingering fears about the power of the Scythe of 10,000 Calamity, and he definitely didn't want to experience it again. However, to Han Duanzu's surprise, the silver sand Tao mist continued to erode their bodies until they were obliterated. Su Yu did not use the dangerous great sickle of 10,000 tribulations. Sensing that the life force within had disappeared, Han Duanzu waved his sleeve, and the silver sand mist all flew back into the gourd. The ground returned to its original state, but there wasn't even a shadow of Su Yu and the other two people on the ground. There was only a fluttering fluorescent light. Han Duanzu made a grabbing motion, and the fluorescent light flew into his palm. His expression was ugly. This is the realm of the soul. One thought becomes real. Several doyens rushed over and said in shock, "These three people are also fake? The gap is fake, and this place is also fake. Then where are they?" A senior elder was a bit at a loss. He didn't really understand why Su Yu and the others had created illusions and soul substitutes in these two places. Han Duanzu clenched his fist hard and crushed all the fluorescent light. His eyes were extremely gloomy. They are at the gap. They should have left by now. The gap in the distance. Three figures suddenly appeared nearby. It was Su Yu, Bai Shui, and Sheng Ji. Looking at the traces of battle here, Bai Shui's gaze toward Su Yu had completely changed. A series of tricks. Toying with the Heavenly Law Alliance's doyens in the palm of their hand. It turned out that Su Yu had not given up on the option of staying at the gap. Instead, he had planned to lure them away. But a normal diversion would definitely be seen through by the vigilant doyens. But a series of luring was not the case. The fact that the Heavenly Law Alliance's doyens had been lured away was the best proof. Now, they were fighting. One thought becomes real at the entrance and could not stop Su Yu and the others from leaving. The three of them waited for a moment, and when the gap appeared, they immediately left. Returning to the outside world, Bai Shui was filled with guilt. She looked back at the Heavenly Law Alliance, clenching her teeth. One day, I will return. After saying this, she broke through the air and left. By the time Han Duanzu and the others arrived, it was already several hours later. Su Yu and the others had already escaped without a trace. Doyen Han, prepare yourself, one of the doyens said. The holy mountain might be raging. Han Duanzu's expression was grave. It looks like we can only head there. The other four doyens looked at each other, seeing the resistance and helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, at the border of the 10,000 Supremes cave, Su Yu sat cross-legged in a pavilion. His entire body was evaporating waves of black energy, and his injuries were healing quickly. After a long time, his skin returned to its normal color, and he felt much more relaxed. I was lucky this time. First the absolute heaven sword, then the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. One drained him of his energy, and the other injured him, resulting in serious injuries and loss of his ability to fight. Luckily, Bai Shui knew of a shortcut to escape. Otherwise, she would have died at the Heavenly Law Alliance. After resting, Su Yu and the two women set off for the Heavenly Law prison. A few days after they left, an eerie, blurry shadow appeared in the pavilion. The other party had ghastly claws, and under the rotting cloak, a ferocious body was faintly discernible. Two flickering ghostly eyes stared at the stone that Sheng Ji had once made. That little demon was here before. She was none other than the archenemy of Sheng Ji from a faction in the Ghost Cave. After a few months, She had finally chased her to the 10,000 Supremes cave. "Haha, do you think you can escape?" The ghostly shadow laughed sinisterly, turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating. 2 months later, after a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the Heavenly Law Prison's Tianzi Cave. The Tianzi Cave was the most central cave among the 10 caves under Tianzi Jinghua's rule. It was the most prosperous. As soon as they entered the border, they could see factions everywhere. In the 10,000 Supremes cave, only some spirit veins had factions, but the Tianzi Cave was everywhere. That was because there were abundant spirit veins everywhere in the Tianzi Cave. Repairing the Heavenly Law Prison is a long process. "You'd better be prepared before entering," Bai Shui said. "It's filled with a powerful suppressive force. If you stay there for too long, you'll easily lose your mind. So, it's best to buy enough psychotropic drugs before entering." Psychotropic drugs were not common and were rarely sold. "There is a place in the Tianzi Cave that you must be very familiar with." Bai Shui seemed to be smiling. "Where?" "The Soul Saint clan." Su Yu was shocked. The Soul Saint clan? He had once wondered how the 8 great domains saint clans of the 9-star civilizations were related to the 8 great masters of the 8-star civilizations. He had not expected to cross paths with the Soul Saint clan so quickly. The Soul Saint clan is the only faction in the 9-star civilizations that can produce psychotropic drugs, Bai Shui said. Su Yu muttered to himself. To be honest, he also wanted to know more about the Soul Saint clan. He did not know if they had left behind any soul ancestral techniques. "I'm not in good shape. I'll update at 8 tomorrow morning." Chapter 3024. The ancestral techniques of the 8 domains on the returning ruined divine stele had all been taken away by the 9th domain, not leaving a single trace behind. This caused his domain cultivation to be severely restricted. The sacred soul race had been passed down since ancient times, so they should have preserved the ancestral arts left behind by their ancestors. However, for an outsider like Su Yu to want to study their ancestral techniques was no different from a fool's dream. It just so happens that the Heavenly Law Prison is not far from the Soul Sacred Tribe. It's on the way, so it won't take up too much time, Bai Shui explained. Su Yu nodded, displayed the space domain, and quickly disappeared. The Emperor's cave was enormous, 3 times the size of the 10,000 Supremes cave. Su Yu had to travel for a month before he finally reached the center of the Emperor's cave. The closer it was to the center, the more prosperous the Son of Heaven cave became. Some holy clan members that were not commonly seen in other caves could be found everywhere here. In fact, there weren't even any aristocratic families in the center of the Heaven's abode. Instead, all of them were sacred race-level forces. In the middle of it, there was an incomparably majestic statue of a stone man. Its height was immeasurable, and it pierced through the clouds. The statue was so beautiful that no one in the world could compare to it. It was the legendary Mirror Flower Heavenly Prince. Bang bang, Su Yu's Emperor's heart suddenly throbbed, as if it had been summoned by something. It wanted to leave Su Yu's body and return to its original body. He was slightly startled and immediately pressed on his heart, asking in a low voice, "What's with that statue?" White Snow stared at the statue in awe and murmured, "Of course it's the suppression statue that Mirror Flower Heaven Emperor left in the 9-star civilization. It contains a sliver of her consciousness to monitor the Heaven Emperor cave. It's said that if a rebel appears, the statue will come to life and destroy the enemy." Consciousness. Su Yu felt his heart beating faster and faster, and wisps of chaotic energy were flowing uncontrollably on the surface of his body. Seeing that something was about to go wrong, Su Yu gently pressed the divine monument of the returning ruins on his chest. A gentle ray of light shone toward Su Yu's heart, causing his uncontrollable heart to gradually calm down. He heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at the statue, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Do you see the white palace in front of the statue? That's the Soul Saint clan." Bai Shui had been here before, so she was familiar with the place. Su Yu nodded, then muttered, "The 2 of you should find a safe place to rest for the time being. I will be fine by myself." He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any conflict if he met with the Sacred Souls tribe. Therefore, it was better for him to be alone. "All right, be careful. I heard the Soul Saints aren't easy to deal with, Bai Shui warned. Su Yu nodded and went to the mansion of the Sacred Soul clan. His heart stirred, and he took out the Soul Emperor robe on his soul. He also restrained his soul domain to the point of disdain. The former was a soul defense Dao tool that the Soul Dominator had once given him. It was best not to let the Soul Sacred Tribe discover it to avoid unnecessary trouble. "What are you doing here?" asked a neatly dressed butler indifferently. Su Yu cupped his fists. "I want to buy some secret mental medicine to use in the Heavenly Law prison." The butler interrupted him coldly. "We don't care what you do, as long as you have enough resources." "How much is a portion of the secret spirit elixir?" Su Yu asked. The butler said, 10 billion soul stones. 10 billion? A portion of the secret mental medicine could only be used for a day in the Heavenly Law prison, but Su Yu would need at least a month in the Heavenly Law prison. Didn't that mean he would have to spend at least 300 billion soul stones? Who could afford to consume such a huge amount of soul stones? "I'll buy a bottle first," Su Yu said. The butler nodded. "Okay, check whether you have enough resources first." Su Yu had no objection. He took out a space storage device with more than 10 billion resources. After the butler checked it, his face became a little better. "It's done, come in." He led Su Yu in and said as he walked, "The Soul Sacred Tribe is a holy land. Don't look around, listen to, and don't walk around. If something goes wrong, no one can save you, understand?" "I understand." Su Yu stepped into the Soul Sacred Tribe expressionlessly. Suddenly, he felt like someone was watching him from the soul. It must be the strong men of the Soul Sacred Tribe who had begun to monitor his every move. Su Yu did not act rashly. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know anything and followed the butler to a blurry side hall. It wasn't that the side hall was really blurry, but that people's minds were affected. "Sir, a guest has arrived." The butler stood respectfully in front of the side hall. This side hall was a place where the Soul Sacred Tribe specialized in refining secret medicine, and it was managed by a direct descendant of the tribe. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. The butler continued, "Sir, a guest has arrived." Finally, a voice came from inside the hall, but it wasn't the so-called young master's voice. It was several maids screaming at the top of their lungs. "Ah, sir, if you don't want it, I don't want it. Here, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will pay attention to you." Su Yu furrowed his brows as he listened to them. How could they rape women in broad daylight? The butler sighed helplessly. "Sir, there is a guest. Don't let others misunderstand." As he spoke, he made a grabbing motion with his palm. The blurry mist outside the hall dissipated, revealing the real situation inside the hall. A young man with disheveled hair and a foul stench was happily holding a black and swarthy elixir and stuffing it into the mouth of a female elixir apprentice. The latter begged in panic, but the young man was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Come on, this is my newest beauty elixir. After eating it, I guarantee that your skin will be smooth, and your face will be as clear as the autumn waters. You will be even more beautiful than Jinghua Tianzi. Come on, be good and eat it." The female elixir apprentice covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. "You said the same thing last time, but what happened in the end?" The young man spread out his hands and said, "In the end, you really became beautiful beyond compare. I'm not wrong, am I?" The female elixir apprentice's eyes were filled with lingering fear. She said hatefully, "Your upper body is beautiful beyond compare, but your lower body has become a pig." The young man was embarrassed. He then said shamelessly, "Young man, why are you so calculative? Just ignore these small things. Don't worry, after I worked tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep, and improving it day and night, this beauty elixir has become perfect. Try it again." The young man tried to pry open the female elixir apprentice's mouth. The latter resisted with all her might. She said, "I believe you did it day and night, because you only used one day. Give this beauty elixir to your wife. I don't want to eat it. I won't eat it even if I have to die." Su Yu saw this, and blue veins popped on his forehead. What is going on?" The butler smiled awkwardly and said, "Dear customer, please don't be offended. My young master doesn't have any other interests, but he likes to make all kinds of secret medicines. Occasionally, he will capture people to test his elixirs. It's okay, it's okay. Hearing this, the young man realized that the butler was present. His eyes lit up, and he let go of the elixir apprentice. He did not dare to come over. Hey, butler, you came at the right time. I made a brand new, unrivaled Great Desolation elixir, which can make you look young and handsome again. I will give this great opportunity to you. Hey, didn't he just say that this was a beauty elixir? How did it turn into a Great Desolation elixir? The butler was so scared that his face turned pale. He took to his heels and ran away. Sir, I still have to look after the house. She is a customer, so please bear with her. Because he was running too fast, he accidentally fell on the ground and fell flat on his face. However, he could not care less about his image. He got up and ran away, stumbling, afraid that the young man would catch up with him. Su Yu's mouth twitched. Didn't the butler say that it was okay? Chapter 30-25. Sigh. This old man is getting more and more confused. He's talking incoherently and acting like a lunatic. The young man sighed. I need to find an opportunity for him to retire and return to his hometown. Su Yu was exasperated. Hey, you're the one acting crazy, okay? Taking out an elixir that you're not even sure about and asking someone else to try it. No normal person would try it. Moreover, it had caused some bad consequences. Hey, are you a customer? The young man looked at Su Yu. Su Yu could not help but take 2 steps back. He said seriously, yes, I'm here to buy. Since you're a customer, I'll introduce you to the Soul Saint clan's specialty divine medicine, the Universal Great Sage Elixir. The young man did not give up and introduced the irregular black elixir. Su Yu had the urge to beat someone up, something he had not felt in a long time. I remember you just said it was the Beauty Elixir and the Great Desolation Elixir. Now there's the Universal Great Sage Elixir. The young man coughed. The details are not important. All you need to know is that after eating this elixir, you can become a great saint in 1 step. Yes, it really is a great saint. I, Ling Hu Yang, never lie. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The clear sky was suddenly filled with 5 colorful thunderbolts, flashing around Ling Hu Yang. The explosions sent the ground flying and smoke billowing. A scorching aura filled the surroundings. Even the heavens could not stand it and punished this guy who spoke without thinking. Ling Hu Yang scratched his head awkwardly and said shamelessly, haha, see? Even the heavenly thunder is praising my universal great sage elixir. What reason do you have not to eat it? Boom, boom. Another ball of electric current exploded crazily, and Ling Hu Yang's clothes were burnt to a crisp. Even his hair was curled up, giving off an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. His face was black, but he held the elixir tightly in his hand. He looked like a beggar. Whoosh. He spat out a cloud of smoke and said, am I right? Even the heavenly thunder is praising it. Why don't you? Su Yu quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. He said seriously, stop talking. I still want to buy the secret elixir. If he continued talking, the heavenly thunder might really strike him to death. Where would he buy the secret elixir then? Sigh. Ling Hu Yang gazed at the pill, and put it away with a solemn and stirring expression on his face. Then, he faced upwards and heaved a long sigh. People say that I'm too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Why doesn't anyone understand my loneliness? Ling Hu Yang wrung his hands and said in a pitiful manner. A tear of loneliness slid down from the corner of his eye. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, I need a bottle of secret mental medicine. Ling Hu Yang wiped his tears and cast an expectant gaze at him. Are you sure you don't want my invincible recover pill? The name had changed again. Su Yu shook his head decisively. I don't need it. I just want the secret mental medicine. Sigh. Ling Hu Yang lowered his head and returned to the hall in low spirits. He then took out a bottle from the pile of medicine bottles on the table and threw it at Su Yu. Here it is. Su Yu stared at him helplessly. He had an urge to beat him up. Was this guy really sure that this was a secret psychic drug? He had never seen it before. This Fortunately, there was a label on the bottle. He lowered his head to take a look, and his face turned livid. This is union powder. Yes, it's been used. The so-called union powder was naturally a drug that could help improve the relationship between a man and a woman. Ah, it's not the secret mental medicine. Ling Huyang coughed and took it back. I'm sorry. Madam forced me to use it last night, so I accidentally dropped it here. Brother, please don't take it to heart. It would be strange if he didn't take it to heart. Ling Huyang finally became a little more serious after being stared at by Su Yu. He searched through the pile of bottles for a while before he finally found a slightly old jade bottle. He tossed it to Su Yu lazily. This is it. Su Yu was infuriated when he saw it. The production date on it was 100 years ago. No matter how good a secret medicine was, its essence would continue to fade with time. 100 years was enough for the secret medicine to lose part of its essence. Is there anything with a fresh date? Su Yu asked. Ling Huyang was fiddling with the medicine powder out of boredom. He then said, no, the rest have been bought. Really, why is the Heavenly Law prison so lively recently? Is there only one bottle? Su Yu couldn't accept it, but there was nothing he could do about it. He said, fine, here's 10 billion. Unexpectedly, Ling Huyang waved his hand without raising his head. Forget it. It's just an old bottle of secret medicine. I won't charge you. Won't charge me? Even if it's an old bottle, there should still be a considerable amount of medicinal effects left, right? How could he give it up for free just like that? Su Yu finally felt that this guy still had some redeeming qualities. Thank you. Goodbye. Su Yu made a prompt decision to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, an angry figure barged into the hall. It was a rather beautiful young woman. She had a graceful figure, fair skin, and exquisite facial features. However, there was a heroic spirit between her brows. At the moment, she was raising her eyebrows and rushing into the hall. Before she reached the door of the hall, she shouted, Ling Huyang, get out here. In the hall, Ling Huyang, who was mixing the medicine powder, suddenly shivered. Because of his trembling hands, the medicine powder splashed all over his face. Ling Huyang isn't here. He's not here. Ling Huyang bent over, covered his head with his sleeves, and ran toward the back door of the side hall. Humph. You brat, you want to run? The woman leaped up and blocked Ling Huyang. Although Ling Huyang looked crazy, his hands were exceptionally agile. The woman reached out to grab him, but he dodged it like a loach. He then turned around and dashed toward the main door. The valiant woman was already prepared. She softly scolded, Xiao Hua, Xiao Cao. Crash. Suddenly, 2 servant girls, one thin and one fat, jumped down from the hall. They held a net in their hands and enveloped Ling Huyang, who was about to leave. Moreover, Su Yu, who was just a bystander, was unexpectedly caught in an undeserved calamity. Humph. Why don't you run again? The valiant woman jumped forward and twisted Ling Huyang's ear. She bared her teeth and said, Brat, do you know why I'm looking for you today? I don't know. Ling Huyang's eyes turned. The valiant woman twisted his ear even harder, causing Ling Huyang to scream in pain. Be gentler, be gentler. Fine, fine, I know, because I've exchanged your underwear for medicinal herbs. Then tell me, do you deserve a beating? The valiant woman's face was ice cold. Her eyes were murderous. Ling Huyang was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva. Ying listen to me. I have a pure heart of someone at the peak of the Tao querying elixir refining realm. I have absolutely no evil intentions. You must believe your husband. Your underwear was definitely not sold to those shameless Zhong San and Li Sai. What did she mean by revealing the truth? That was it. The underwear must have been sold to those stinking hooligans. I'll kill you. The valiant woman was extremely angry. She raised her hand and slapped him violently. Ling Huyang howled in pain. Su Yu was also under the net, watching the couple fight helplessly. Really, who did I offend? Why did they have to catch me in the net as well? Just as he was feeling helpless, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul. He realized that his soul was being attacked, but before he could defend himself, his vision went black. Although it was only for a brief moment, when he opened his eyes, he found that his soul had left his original body and entered another body. Close at hand was a woman who had raised her palm and was about to slap him mercilessly. That was Ling Hu Yang's wife. When he looked sideways, he saw that his body was lying on the side, and he looked relieved. In an instant, Su Yu understood that his soul had been swapped. The other party had used a secret soul technique that Su Yu had never seen before to forcefully swap their souls. Damn it! Su Yu was furious. This shameless guy. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, he swapped his soul for another one. How could a person be so shameless? Chapter 30:26. Coincidentally, Su Yu also saw him and shot him an apologetic look. There was a hint of schadenfreude in that apologetic look. Su Yu was furious. He swore that he would make this guy pay for what he had done. However, it was better to face this tigress right now. That slap would not be light. He subconsciously raised his arms to shield his face. This action undoubtedly made the valiant woman even more furious. She pried Su Yu's hands away and said, "You dare to dodge?" She was extremely strong. No, to be precise, Ling Hu Yang was too weak. For some reason, his body was extremely weak, even weaker than the valiant woman's. Seeing that he was about to be slapped, Su Yu closed his eyes in hatred. He would return this hatred tenfold. However, the pain he imagined did not appear. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the valiant woman's eyes were filled with tears. Her palm had stopped 3 inches away from Su Yu's cheek. What was supposed to be a heavy slap was instead gently caressing his face. She lay on Su Yu's chest with a mournful expression, crying, "My husband, when will you recover?" Before Su Yu could react, the fragrant and soft beauty had thrown herself into his arms. He could clearly feel the softness of her chest pressing against his chest. Her sweet body fragrance was constantly drilling into his nose. She was crying so close to him, her breath smelling like orchids. Ling Hu Yang, who was taking pleasure in Su Yu's misfortune, was dumbfounded. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get off him." Unfortunately, Su Yu was also trapped in the net and could not get up to stop him. The valiant woman, who was sobbing, glared at Su Yu and asked, "Who are you?" How could Ling Hu Yang dare say that he had forcefully swapped souls with Su Yu? The soul exchange technique was a forbidden technique of the Sacred Soul Clan. It was absolutely forbidden to cultivate, and the related secret techniques had long been destroyed. He had inadvertently found a book in an old, abandoned house of his family. He had secretly cultivated it out of curiosity. If this matter was exposed, he would certainly be sentenced to death by his family. Therefore, Su Yu smacked his lips, coughed dryly, and said, "Well, it is inappropriate for you to hug each other in broad daylight. You two should quickly separate." The valiant woman stared at him coldly. "You still haven't answered. Who are you?" "I." Ling Hu Yang's heart was bleeding as he looked at Su Yu, who was pressed down by his wife. "I'm your King husband." However, he did not dare to say these words. He could only endure the pain in his heart and said, "I am a customer who wants to buy medicine." "Did you get the medicine?" "Got it." "Then why aren't you scramming?" As they spoke, a few maids dragged Su Yu away with the net, leaving behind Su Yu's screams. "No, let me finish, let me finish." Su Yu wanted to explain, but he discovered that his soul was unable to adapt to such a frail body, and it was difficult for him to even open his mouth and speak. It would take some time. "Brother Yang, did I hurt you?" When the heroic-looking woman saw that Su Yu didn't speak or move, she panicked and immediately hugged him. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just angry." She hurriedly carried Su Yu back to the couple's room, then rummaged through the drawers and drawers to find some secret medicine, then stuffed it into Su Yu's mouth. Su Yu was speechless. Why did this couple have the problem of feeding medicine blindly? However, what made Su Yu dumbfounded was that Ling Hu Yang's body actually took it. After the messy medicine settled in his body, the poison did not break out, nor did it have any adverse effects. All of it turned into pure energy, which then integrated into his limbs and bones. His frail body quickly became abnormally strong. This body. Su Yu was surprised. It seemed that this body's ability to digest all kinds of medicine was especially strong. This must be some kind of special constitution. However, Suyu was not envious at all. He just wanted to get his body back as soon as possible. "You've finally recovered." The heroic-looking woman heaved a sigh of relief, then hugged Suyu's head to her soft chest. Suyu felt a strange feeling in his heart. He immediately broke free and said, "I'm fine. You, go and do your own things." "Hey." The heroic-looking woman looked Suyu up and down, then said, "Why do I feel that you are so serious? This is not like Brother Yang." Suyu had not intended to hide it. However, he had not expected to be seen through so quickly. After all, they were husband and wife, so how could they not understand each other? Actually, unexpectedly, the heroic-looking woman suddenly grabbed Suyu's arm, put her head on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother Yang must be thinking of some wicked idea, right? Once you're serious, you're worse than everyone else." Suyu was embarrassed, and he silently took back all of his words. What kind of pot matched what kind of lid? The two of them were really from the same family. "Actually, I am." Suyu planned to clarify his identity and find Linghu Yang as soon as possible so that he could exchange his soul. Unexpectedly, the heroic-looking woman covered his mouth with her finger, shook her head, and said, "Don't speak. I know what you want to say. You're trying to be lazy again, aren't you? You can't hide from me today. The secret ancestral technique chamber has been opened, so it's not up to you." Suyu was furious. "You know what I want to say. What the hell do you know? Wait. What did she just say? The secret ancestral technique chamber?" Suyu's heart palpitated. This can't be true, can it? The heroic-looking woman leaned on him and said earnestly, "I know my husband has always disliked training, but you are one of the few male descendants of the Soul Saint clan, and you are the hope of the future. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the family and our future children, right? Do you want to see the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan be lost forever?" Suyu felt like he was dreaming. This happiness came too easily. He had always dreamed of learning the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan, but it was impossible for him to do so. Now, someone was begging him to learn it. "My husband, I beg you." The heroic-looking woman shook Suyu's shoulder, and even leaned over to kiss his face. "Please don't refine elixirs for now, and learn the ancestral technique properly." Looking at her coquettish look, there was an indescribable charm in her heroic-looking face, and it was really tempting. However, he still imitated Linghu Yang's mentality, and said hesitantly, "This." The heroic-looking woman's face was slightly red, and she placed Suyu's hand on her chest and gently rubbed it. She exhaled and said, "My husband, if you study hard, I'll let you do whatever you want to me tonight, okay?" "Of course." "Oh, no." Was Suyu that kind of person? He withdrew his hand, coughed dryly, and said, "Well, all right, I'll reluctantly learn it." "That's great, my husband." The heroic-looking woman pushed him onto the bed and kissed him ferociously. Suyu couldn't resist, and he got up hurriedly. He said, "Time is of the essence, let's get down to business first." The heroic-looking woman was half lying on the bed, blushing, and charming. "Bad guy. In the past, you've always treated sex as a serious matter, but today you're pretending to be serious." Suyu felt helpless in his heart. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't be able to control himself and commit an irreparable mistake. "All right, let's go meet the elder master and the other uncles first." The heroic-looking woman got up and smiled contentedly. Outside the yard, Suyu was thrown outside, rolling down the stairs, and his butt hurt from the fall. He was burning with anxiety, and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Housekeeper, housekeeper, let me in quickly, or something big is going to happen." In his mind, he imagined his wife making love to another man, and his face turned green. Chapter 30:27. The housekeeper at the door had a cold expression, frowning with displeasure. "Outsider, do you think the Sacred Souls tribe is your home? You think you can come in whenever you want?" Suyu almost choked to death. He really was someone from the Sacred Souls tribe. He just could not reveal his identity. "Housekeeper, please be kind and let me in again. I still need to buy the secret medicine." Su Yu suddenly had an idea. The housekeeper's face was tense, and he used a bamboo stick to point at a sign at the side of the door. The third line, the 9th rule. Read it out, the housekeeper said. Su Yu stupidly walked forward and read, a person can only enter the Sacred Souls tribe once a month. 1 month later. Su Yu was so anxious that he jumped. 1 month later, the person who had taken over his body would have enough time for his wife to conceive a child. Ah! Su Yu stomped his feet frantically and shouted anxiously, "Oh my, housekeeper Chen, just let me go in once. If not, something big is going to happen." The thought of his wife being with another man drove him crazy. If he did not think of a way, his wife would be taken by someone else. Not bad. You even know my surname is Chen. Looks like you have planned this. Not many people knew housekeeper Chen's surname. This mysterious black-robed person could actually find out his surname, and he still wanted to enter. It looked like there was a problem. Men, catch him. Housekeeper Chen berated. Su Yu was shocked. If he was really caught, he would not have a chance to stop him. After saying this, he immediately ran away. But when he took a step forward, he realized that Su Yu's body was terrifyingly strong. In just a few steps, he had disappeared. Your body is not bad, Ling Huyang exclaimed. But he was not in the mood to study his body, so he ran as fast as he could. When he was sure that the people of the Sacred Souls tribe were not chasing after him, he sneaked back and came to the back door of the Sacred Souls tribe. The back door was also heavily guarded. Not even a fly could fly in. And there were powerful seals on the walls of the courtyard. It was impossible to pass through without anyone noticing. I'll give it a try. When Su Yu passed by a dog hole, his eyes suddenly lit up. He blew with 2 fingers and whistled. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of a dog barking came from within the courtyard walls. Then, the restriction that blocked the dog hole was moved away by the dog. As it turned out, this dog was raised by Ling Huyang Jing's stomach. As for the gap in the barrier, it was caused by an unfortunate explosion when Ling Huyang was refining a secret medicine. It was just that the gap was quite small, so no one had discovered it. Ha ha! A simple-minded dog head popped out of the dog hole. It stuck out its tongue towards Ling Huyang and breathed on him. It looked very friendly. Ling Huyang was so touched that he touched Wang Cai's head. His face was full of tears. Wang Cai, I will repay you for your great kindness. The silly dog retracted its head and let Su Yu enter. For the sake of my wife, I'll endure it. Su Yu looked at the narrow dog hole. He had no choice but to put up with himself. He pinched his nose and squeezed into the dog hole. As long as he passed through, he would be able to reach the Sacred Soul tribe. Then, he found Su Yu and successfully exchanged his soul with him. The forbidden art that he had obtained back then was incomplete, which led to his incomplete cultivation. Once a soul was exchanged with another person, they would have to be close to the other party in order to perform a second exchange. Moreover, after the exchange, they could no longer exchange their souls with other living beings. He could only solve this problem by finding Su Yu. Fortunately, he had a loyal and devoted dog, Wang Cai. However, when he was halfway through, and his butt was still outside, Su Yu realized that something was wrong. Wang Cai stood up on its hind legs. It was surrounded by a group of servants from the Soul Sacred clan. Each of them was holding a rod and looking fiercely at Su Yu, who was about to enter. Ling Huyang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wang Cai. The latter had its arms crossed in front of its chest. It stood up on its hind legs and looked down at Su Yu. It pointed at him and said, "It's him. You whistled and lied to me. Where do you think you're going?" The fierce-looking servants did not hesitate. They raised their rods and started beating Su Yu violently. Poor Su Yu. His butt was still stuck outside. He wanted to enter, but he couldn't. When he wanted to leave, he was pressed to the ground by the servants. "Oh, ah, don't hit me, don't hit me, ah." Ling Huyang had escaped the beating of his wife, but he could not escape the fierce beating of the servants. Soon, Su Yu's mouth was full of blood. He lay on the ground weakly. "Wang Cai, you betrayed me." Wang Cai squatted down and whispered in Ling Huyang's ear, "Sir, I know it's you. Since you know, Why did you treat me like this? I was so nice to you. I fed you good stuff every day. Wang Xi laughed. Child, you still remember to feed me every day? Do you remember what you fed me? Su Yu's face froze. He pretended to be calm and said, cough, those are unique in this world. They are delicious and worth a lot of money. Their effects are amazing. He did not continue. Wang Cai grinned and said, why? You don't want to continue? Are you embarrassed to say that those are secret medicines made by you? Wang Cai had been enduring humiliation for a long time. Now that it found out that Ling Hu Yang, who had forced it to eat elixirs every day, was down and out, it was so happy that its heart almost jumped out of its chest. Sir, even dogs don't eat those messy medicines. How could you give them to a kind, honest, and loyal person like me? Wang Cai questioned. Su Yu's face turned pale. Stupid dog, you have nothing to do with loyalty. Wang Cai laughed weirdly. You called me a stupid dog. Fine. It raised its dog head and said indignantly, this guy, he said that you guys hit me too lightly. It's not itchy enough. He said that you guys grew up drinking milk. The servants were furious. They jumped up and started to beat it. Ah. Wang Cai, I will never forgive you. A miserable scream broke the silence of the alley. Not long after, the badly battered and bleeding Su Yu was thrown out like a beggar by the roadside. Looking at the high walls and the heavily guarded Soul Saint clan, Su Yu let out a desperate howl. Wife, please don't wear the hat so easily. He had lost all hope. Now, he was just an ordinary person. The Soul Saint clan couldn't even enter. Ah. He hit the ground unwillingly. However, he accidentally activated Su Yu's space domain. Swish. His body passed through the wall and reached the yard. Ling Hu Yang looked at his body in surprise. How did I get in? However, he had no time to think. He hurried to the room he and his wife were in, but it was empty. Where did they go? Did this shameless couple find a place to have sex? Ling Hu Yang felt like he was being cheated. Dong. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang. Ling Hu Yang suddenly said, by the way, today is the day to practice the ancestral soul technique. He patted his forehead. Then, as if there were wheels under his feet, he rushed over quickly. Tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Chapter 3028. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Soul Saint clan, Su Yu and the valiant woman stood in the last row. Her name was Yang Feiying, and she came from a saint race at the edge of the Son of Heaven realm. Although her overall strength was far inferior to that of the Soul Saint race, she was proficient in ancestral arts that were extremely beneficial to those who cultivated in secret soul arts, so she was able to marry into the clan. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yang Feiying to step into the Soul Saint clan. At the same time, there were several other young people of the Soul Saint clan in the ancestral hall. Most of them were women, and there were only 3 men, including Su Yu. Ling Hu Yang was the oldest among them, but he was the most useless. The other clansmen worked hard to learn the ancestral techniques of soul, hoping to become independent soul experts one day. But Ling Hu Yang was obsessed with refining elixirs, and he often caused chaos in the Soul Saint clan, provoking the ancestor and the disdain of his peers. Big brother is here. How strange. Not long after they arrived, the younger brothers and sisters, who were whispering to each other, suddenly noticed Ling Hu Yang's arrival. One of them, a purple-haired youth with a crew cut, looked surprised and mocking. He was Ling Hu Yang's cousin, Ling Hu Jie, who had cultivated the ancestral technique of soul to the 3rd stage. Compared to Ling Hu Yang, who was still at the 1st stage, he was much stronger. Moreover, Ling Hu Yang did not attend to his duties, so he was naturally targeted by Ling Hu Jie, who mocked and ridiculed him from time to time. Su Yu glanced at him and said nothing. Firstly, he did not know him, and if he clashed with him rashly, he might expose himself. Secondly, he was scolding Ling Hu Yang. What did it have to do with Su Yu? He could scold him all he wanted, and the fiercer the better. Seeing that Ling Hu Yang was silent, Ling Hu Jie laughed mockingly. Where did you get the courage to cultivate the ancestral technique of soul today? Oh, I get it. Did your wife give it to you? Ling Hu Jie's gaze drifted to Yang Feiying, and greed flashed in his eyes. Among the three brothers, only Ling Huyang was married. Moreover, his wife was beautiful, virtuous, and had a graceful figure. It was hard not to be envious. Su Yu closed his eyes and said nothing. No matter what he said, as long as he entered the secret training room and learned the ancestral technique, everything would be fine. Shut up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Feiying scolded to protect her husband's reputation. She felt a little strange in her heart. Usually, wasn't her husband the one who couldn't stand being provoked and would argue with them or even fight with them at the slightest confrontation? How could he be so calm today? When did he become so calm? Ling Hujie also felt that it was strange. He couldn't wait for Ling Huyang to fly into a rage and attack him. In any case, the one with a bloody nose and a swollen face would definitely be Ling Huyang. As his younger cousin, Ling Hujie had been dissatisfied with his older cousin for a long time. Just because of this, all the good resources went to him, and he even married such a good wife. Yo, sister-in-law, when the people of our Soul Saint clan are speaking, when did it become your turn to interrupt? Ling Hujie said sarcastically, you've been in the Sacred Souls tribe for too long that you don't see yourself as an outsider anymore, do you? Yang Feiying had been married for more than 100 years, but she had never been treated as a wife. The Sacred Soul race believed themselves to be high and mighty, and it was difficult for outsiders to integrate into their ranks. Exactly. A chubby younger cousin didn't bother to hide her contempt. Why don't you take a look at your own background? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us, the Sacred Souls tribe? Su Yu's brows finally furrowed. Was there a need to be so mean? Yang Feiying didn't say anything. She was just trying to protect her husband. Ling Huyang had led such a cowardly life in the Sacred Souls tribe that any of his cousins dared to bully and humiliate him. Yang Feiying's red lips were tightly pressed together. She didn't say a word, but there was a great sorrow in her eyes that no one could understand. All right. The two of you should also speak less. Finally, someone stood up and spoke for them. It was Ling Huyang's other cousin, Ling Huyun, who was also one of the three males of the Sacred Souls tribe. He was a man of few words, but he was extremely dignified. As soon as he spoke, his cousins didn't make a sound. Ling Huyun said calmly, Big Brother was hit by the 9 Deaths Giant Demon's poisonous palm in order to save us. Not only is his body weak, but his mind is also sometimes clouded. Shouldn't we, who received his kindness, be grateful to him? Su Yu suddenly understood why Ling Huyang's body was so weak. It turned out that he had an unknown past. Yang Feiying cast a grateful look at Ling Huyun. It turned out that Ling Huyang really was an outstanding youth with both wisdom and talent. He was extremely talented, and when everyone was still unable to bear the soul ancestral technique, he could already start learning it and successfully reach the first stage. However, good times didn't last long. A mysterious person called the 9 Deaths Giant Demon suddenly descended upon the Sacred Souls tribe and slaughtered its people. Most of the juniors were brutally murdered. When he finally attacked Ling Huyang and the others, it was Ling Huyang who used the first stage of the soul ancestral technique to delay him, giving them a chance to escape and seek the protection of their elders. Ling Huyang was hit by the palm. Although he was saved by the elders who rushed over in time, he was severely injured and unconscious. When he woke up, 10 years had passed. Not only was his body severely injured, but even his soul was severely damaged. He had become insane and was no longer the high-spirited Ling Huyang he used to be. Third brother, I'm not happy to hear you say that, Ling Hujie said disapprovingly. Ling Hujie said disapprovingly, he saved our ancestor. Without him, who could stop the 9 Deaths Giant Demon? Ling Huyun said coldly, one must be grateful. Haha. Ling Hujie curled his lips. Grateful? You're thinking about sister-in-law, aren't you? Don't think I don't know that you've been coveting sister-in-law, and that's why you've been trying to get close to her. It was obvious that he harbored evil intentions, but he used his own judgment to slander Ling Huyun for protecting Ling Huyang with impure intentions. Ling Huyun put down his crossed arms and said calmly, Second brother, you've crossed the line. Don't slander sister-in-law's innocence. Oh, you still want to compete with me? Fine. Ling Hujie laughed mockingly. I know that you've always been unconvinced by me. Ling Hu Yun's eyes turned pale. He was using the Sacred Souls tribe's realm, ready to compete with Ling Hu Jie. Ling Hu Jie raised his sleeves and laughed coldly. Come on. I'll make you convinced. Suddenly, Ling Hu Yang, who had been silent all this while, dashed forward. Ling Hu Jie glanced sideways and laughed disdainfully. Don't embarrass yourself, trash. Soul freeze. His eyes flickered, and a wave of soul fluctuations rushed out from his eyes. It did not give Ling Hu Yang any time to dodge, and it entered his mind directly. However, how powerful was Su Yu's soul? Among his peers, there were not many who could compare to him. Ling Hu Jie's soul attack could not hurt him at all. He only felt something flash past his soul, and then nothing else. Su Yu did not stop. He strode forward, and when Ling Hu Jie was caught off guard, he punched him in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Then, he kicked him to the ground and stepped on his chest. Chapter 30-29. One or two sarcastic remarks were fine, but the more he spoke, the more ridiculous he became. No matter what, Ling Hu Yang was still his cousin, right? Did they have to treat each other like enemies? You! Ling Hu Jie came to his senses and immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He could not believe that he had been beaten to the ground by that cowardly and incompetent good-for-nothing. Whoosh! His eyes rolled back, and a powerful soul energy gushed out of his body, turning into a soul arrow that shot toward Su Yu from a close distance. Su Yu did not even dodge. He lifted the foot that was on Ling Hu Jie's chest, then stomped down hard on his face. The best defense was offense, especially against secret techniques like soul attacks that could not be defended against. Su Yu's foot also contained his own soul attack. Not only did his physical strength cause Ling Hu Jie to scream in pain, but his soul energy also penetrated deep into his soul. A pitiful squeal like that of a pig being slaughtered suddenly rang out. Ling Hu Jie used both his hands to pry Su Yu's foot off. The intense pain in his soul and face prevented him from using his soul's secret technique. Su Yu released his foot. Before he left, he kicked Ling Hu Jie's waist, sending him flying sideways and crashing into the sacrificial table in the ancestral hall. He only stopped when the offerings on the table clanked. Perhaps it was because of the emphasis on soul training, but the bodies of the Soul Holy Clan's juniors were generally not strong enough. They could not take it after a few hits, spitting out blood. With the help of many juniors, Ling Hu Jie stood up, his mouth full of blood. He glared at Su Yu with an angry and humiliated expression, roaring like thunder, Ling Hu Yang, you and I are irreconcilable. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, beckoning him with his finger. Come here. Ling Hu Jie hesitated for a moment. He did not step forward, only saying hatefully, do you think you are so great just because you used a little sneak attack? Su Yu calmly said, you can either be a good-for-nothing and shut up, or come here like a man, and I will give you a chance to fight me head-on. What are you being so arrogant for? I did not even have the time to use my soul secret technique, which is why you took advantage of me. Ling Hu Jie babbled, but he did not have the courage to attack. A cold light flickered in Su Yu's eyes once again. As he strode forward, a faintly discernible murderous aura surrounded his body. He wasn't a weakling raised by a bunch of greenhouse flowers of the Soul Saint clan. He had spent his entire life walking on the edge of life and death, moving forward in a sea of blood. Therefore, his body was inevitably tainted with a lot of murderous aura. For those who had been on the battlefield for a long time, this little bit of killing intent had no effect, but for these greenhouse flowers, it was extremely intimidating. Ling Hu Jie felt an inexplicable chill and retreated in fear. The current Ling Hu Yang gave him an indescribable fear. Ling Hu Jie's younger brothers and sisters, who were supporting him, stood up for him and tried to persuade him, Big brother, let it go. How big of a grudge is this? Yeah, it's just a quarrel. There's no need to go to war. This is the ancestral hall, a place where our ancestors can see. We can't embarrass our ancestors, can we? Su Yu stopped in his tracks and did not say a word. When they felt that their persuasion was effective, Su Yu closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle. His voice was filled with a soul attack. His soul was far stronger than this group of juniors, so the consequences were obvious. In an instant, horrible shrieks could be heard. Everyone, including Ling Hu Jie, had a splitting headache, and some were even bleeding from their nostrils. However, his soul attack was selective. Ling Hu Yun, Yang Feiying, and the people who did not persuade him were not hurt in the slightest. None of those who tried to persuade him were spared, as they were all within the range of his attack. After 3 breaths, Su Yu opened his eyes and slowly withdrew his soul attack. The few of them were already pale, and they were in a daze. It was only after a while that they gradually came to their senses. Ling Hu Jie had been attacked twice in succession, and he had already fallen to the ground weakly, leaning against the offering table. His gaze toward Su Yu had been completely replaced by fear, and he did not dare to speak arrogantly again. As for the few others who had spared no effort in persuading him, they were extremely indignant. Ling Hu Yang, why can't you tell the good from the bad? We were persuading you with good intentions, and we wanted the peace of the family. Why did you attack us? Moreover, your soul attack on us was more severe than Ling Hu Jie's. Ling Hu Jie was obviously the one who had offended him the most, but Ling Hu Yang had punished them severely, without distinguishing right from wrong. How inexplicable. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly saying, I did not make a mistake. The people I want to severely punish are those who tried to persuade me. His eyes became extremely sharp and filled with disgust. When my wife was insulted, slandered, and even insulted by Ling Hu Jie, did any of you try to persuade her? No. Now that I am upholding justice and punishing Ling Hu Jie, all of you are running out to persuade me to reconcile. Both of you are not helping each other, and I will consider it fair for now. I will not have any complaints about you, but when we were bullied, you did not say a word. When we retaliated, all of you tried to stop and persuade us. Tell me, do you guys deserve to fight? What he hated the most were not enemies, but people who seemed fair and objective, but were in fact biased. Not all of these people had bad hearts, but they were definitely stupid and ignorant. When evil people committed crimes, why did they not dare to speak up? Because they were afraid of being bullied by evil people. When good people punished evil people, why did they dare to speak up? Because good people had principles and would not harm them, so there was no danger. They only wanted to show their sense of justice, which was why they spoke up to persuade Ling Hu Jie. However, this sense of justice was built on the foundation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was built on the foundation of making good people suffer losses and making concessions. This was the reason why Su Yu had to punish them severely. Justice that bullied the weak and feared the strong was not justice, but self-gratification. The younger brothers and sisters, who were attacked, were speechless. They did not dare to do anything to Ling Hu Jie, because he was used to being arrogant and despotic. They were afraid that he would hit them as well. But Ling Hu Yang would not, so they advised him not to continue his revenge. They did not expect that Ling Hu Yang, who was usually calm, would be so angry that he would even hit them. What was even more unbelievable was that Ling Hu Yang's soul energy was actually so strong. It was unbelievable. Although Su Yu was venting his anger, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The real Ling Hu Yang's soul energy should not be this strong. His behavior just now was very suspicious. Especially Yang Feiying. When he looked back, as expected, Yang Feiying was staring at him with a strange gaze. She was very happy that Ling Hu Yang could pull himself together, be full of masculine energy, and have such high soul attainments. But it was too strange. That was not the Ling Hu Yang she knew. Su Yu sighed silently. Trouble had come. If he stayed here any longer, he would be exposed. Especially after their elders appeared, the possibility of being exposed would be greater. I'm going out for a while. Su Yu left the ancestral hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The rest of the people did not dare to follow him. As he was leaving, he suddenly saw a familiar person looking at him quietly in the shadow of a forest outside the ancestral hall. Chapter 30:30. However, Su Yu did not panic. It was Ling Hu Yang who had swapped his soul without permission, and he had yet to settle the score with him. Come here. Ling Hu Yang said calmly. Su Yu looked around, then immediately dashed over and grabbed him by the collar. You're too daring. How dare you forcefully swap my soul? Ling Hu Yang did not move. He said indifferently, you're the daring one, aren't you? How dare you impersonate me to learn the ancestral soul technique? He had only done it for fun, but Su Yu was extremely daring. Su Yu loosened his grip and said with a frown, "Swap your soul immediately." Since he could not learn the ancestral technique, he would return to his own body and leave the Soul Saint clan as soon as possible. No. However, what surprised Su Yu was that Ling Hu Yang refused to swap his soul. Why? Su Yu looked him up and down. Didn't you go through all that trouble to come back just to swap your body? He did not believe that Ling Hu Yang would not be anxious. Ling Hu Yang lowered his head. His expression was complicated as he said, "I saw everything that happened in the ancestral hall." It turned out that he had arrived long ago and had coincidentally witnessed his wife being humiliated by his cousin. In the end, Su Yu had attacked and taught a lesson to him along with a group of people who had tried to stop the fight. Su Yu could have restrained himself, but in the end, he had still chosen to expose himself and stand up for his wife. Ling Hu Yang's heart was filled with shame and bitterness. If it had been him, he would have attacked for his wife's reputation as well. However, the result would have been his own humiliation. He would have been beaten on the ground by his cousin, who would then continue to slander his wife. He knew that his cousin had coveted his wife, but he could not intimidate him. This was a pain that he could not talk about, but he could not forget. So, Su Yu was indifferent. He had just done something very ordinary. Ling Hu Yang looked straight into Su Yu's eyes and said, "So, you will take my place and protect Ying. Compared to me, you are a more qualified husband." Su Yu was stunned. He had never expected Ling Hu Yang to say such a thing. Is he entrusting his wife to him? Aren't you a little too indifferent to your wife? Su Yu was a little disgusted. What kind of person would entrust his wife to a stranger? Ling Hu Yang's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with dense mist, which finally turned into tears and flowed down his cheeks. "I love Ying but it is precisely because of this that I want you to replace me. Ying needs someone to protect her, and I am unable to do so. There is a kind of love called letting go." It sounded very reasonable, but Su Yu did not think so. Have you asked Yang Feiying for her opinion? Is she willing to have a stranger pretend to be her husband by her side? If you truly love her, then you should respect her choice. Su Yu patted his shoulder. If even the husband gives up on giving his wife a warm harbor, that will be the moment when the wife feels the most despair. Just like at this moment, he knew that the future of bringing Xian'er back from the returning Void Realm was uncertain. However, if he gave up, who else in the world would replace him and bring Xian'er back? The moment he gave up, Xian'er would lose all hope. Ling Hu Yang's heart was moved, and his face gently trembled. He wiped his tears and said, "I really don't look like a man." Su Yu said earnestly, "You are not a man now." His body was the female body of Prince Mirrorflower. Ling Hu Yang pulled himself together and said, "Fine, let's exchange bodies." He extended his finger and touched the space between Su Yu's eyebrows. Su Yu did not resist, and waited for the exchange of souls. However, what followed was not the exchange of their souls. Instead, a strange and cold memory surged into his soul. Those were Ling Hu Yang's life's memories. "What are you doing?" Su Yu suddenly interrupted the transmission of his memories. However, he had already transmitted enough, so he said calmly, "I will give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, how much of the ancestral soul technique you can learn will depend on you." He was obviously helping Su Yu get rid of the Soul Saint clan's suspicion of him. With these memories, he could more easily dispel people's suspicions. "Are you sure? The ancestral soul technique is the foundation of the Soul Saint clan. How could you give it to an outsider?" Su Yu was a little surprised. Even the most muddle-headed clansmen would not dare to do such a thing, would they? Ling Hu Yang said, "Consider it my repayment for your protection of Ying But, I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about Ying Otherwise, I'll expose you immediately." Su Yu stared at Ling Hu Yang deeply. Should he say that he was too muddle-headed, or that he trusted him too much? "I have all your memories, as well as your body. Even if you expose me, who will the Soul Saint clan believe?" Su Yu asked. "Will they believe an outsider who came from nowhere, or will they believe in their own people?" The answer was obvious. If Su Yu wanted to, he could replace Ling Hu Yang. Humph, then I'll use your body to do some shameful things. For example, you have female companions, don't you? Ling Hu Yang said calmly. Su Yu smiled faintly. Yes, I do. There are 2 in the city. Ling Hu Yang said, that's great. If you dare to touch my Ying I'll dare to touch them. I'll take 1, and you take 2. Let's see who will suffer. Su Yu's smile was even more profound. If you can touch them, I'm willing to suffer the loss. What do you mean? Ling Hu Yang was a little confused. Could it be that Su Yu was more open-minded than him? I think you probably haven't carefully examined your body, have you? Su Yu said mischievously. Ling Hu Yang had been burning with anxiety along the way, so he really hadn't examined himself. When he looked inside himself, his face turned green. You're a woman? I'm sorry. I wore too many clothes, so you couldn't tell. Su Yu shrugged. Ling Hu Yang wanted to slap herself. How could a woman like her treat Su Yu's female companions? She couldn't even move if she wanted to. I'll go find a man. Ling Hu Yang said in a fit of pique. Su Yu was even more indifferent. Go as you please. As long as you can bear it, the more the better. Firstly, it was Ling Hu Yang's soul that had been touched by the man. Secondly, it was Mirror Flower Heaven's body that had been violated by the man. Did the soul and body have anything to do with Su Yu? No. You're shameless, despicable, vulgar, dirty, filthy. Ling Hu Yang's face turned green. Su Yu waved his hand. We'll meet again in 3 days. In the meantime, you can play with men as you please. When he finished speaking, he returned to the ancestral hall with a smile. Ling Hu Yang was both annoyed and amused. This B*****. I can't believe there's a time when I stumble. In the past, after exchanging souls, he had always been successful. But today, he had stumbled in Su Yu's hands. Now, whether Ying would be smashed or not depended on Su Yu's self-control. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart bleed. But when he thought of all the humiliation Ying had suffered before, he felt relieved. Having Su Yu by her side wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In the Ancestral Hall. Chapter 30-31. From Ling Hu Yang's memories, Su Yu recognized him as one of the 7 ancestors of the Sacred Soul Tribe. Unlike other forces, the members of the Sacred Soul Tribe could achieve immortality due to their cultivation of soul secret arts. Ordinary life forms would gradually die as their bodies deteriorated, just like those old monsters of the Heavenly Law Union. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he could not stop his body from decaying. But for the soul sacred race, even if their bodies rotted away, they could use ancestral soul techniques to transfer to another body and continue living. Therefore, the members of the Sacred Soul Tribe were practically immortal. As a result, it created a prosperous situation in which countless patriarchs coexisted. Of course, the heavenly Tao was eternal. There were gains and losses for the soul saints. The downside was that their ability to reproduce was extremely weak. They seemed to be cursed. Usually, there would only be one offspring in a generation. The others would either be unable to conceive or die in the womb. If the body and soul of a certain generation were to be completely destroyed, resulting in a fault, then this branch would basically be severed. Therefore, there were very few members of the Sacred Soul Tribe. The Sacred Soul Tribe, which had awed the all heavens, only had 3 males and 7 females. Their numbers were so small that it was completely disproportionate to the size of the tribe. That elder was none other than the 7th patriarch, a great sage. In terms of strength, he wasn't any weaker than the Heavenly Law Alliance's Grand Elder Han. Who injured you? The 7th patriarch asked, looking at the injured disciples. Because of the pain, Ling Hu Jie gritted his teeth and said, "It's Ling Hu Yang, 7th ancestor, you have to uphold justice for us. We didn't do anything, but Ling Hu Yang bullied us." Bully you? Him? The 7th forefather's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Anyone could bully them, but Ling Hu Yang was an exception. How could he not know about Ling Hu Yang's condition? It really is him. The other people of the younger generation who had been taught a lesson also said. Oh. The 7th forefather's gloomy expression eased a lot. It's really him? He looked at Yang Feiying and asked thoughtfully, Feiying, where's Ling Huyang? He went out. Yang Feiying's expression was complicated. The seventh forefather asked again, has Ling Huyang's cultivation level improved greatly recently? The person who understood Ling Huyang the most should be the person who slept with him. Yang Feiying was silent. She was struggling internally. With his wife's sharp senses, she found it hard to believe that the resolute and decisive person was really her husband. Although this Ling Huyang was exactly what she had been yearning for, he gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. It wasn't just the sudden increase in strength. From many details, she could clearly feel that the person standing in front of her wasn't Ling Huyang, but someone else. Just when she didn't know how to answer, Su Yu stepped in just in time. He cupped his fists and said, Seventh ancestor, Yang has indeed made some progress. In Ling Huyang's memory, this seventh patriarch was someone who cared a lot about him and was very friendly. She often called him Yang. Yang Feiying finally found some familiarity with the way he addressed himself. Those who weren't part of the sacred soul race wouldn't know these details. The seventh forefather sat on the armchair and sized him up. Have you recovered from your injuries? Back then, the 9 Deaths Troll's palm strike could be said to have severed Ling Huyang's path of cultivation. Su Yu shook his head. No, I didn't. It's just that my soul energy has grown tremendously under the effects of my elixirs that can cure all illnesses. Yang Feiying's eyes brightened once more. This tone sounded like Ling Huyang's. She didn't know that Su Yu knew from Ling Huyang's memory that Ling Huyang had been addicted to elixirs for many years, not because he was playful and capricious, but because he was trying his best to recover his body. He hoped to give Yang Feiying the dignity and life she deserved. But all of this was covered up by his seemingly frivolous appearance. Is that so? The seventh patriarch smiled. He opened his palm and gently pushed toward Su Yu. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt a formless object penetrate his soul. Looking back, there was a faintly discernible stone tablet behind him. There were 49 steps written on it. 49 soul energy? The seventh patriarch was shocked. Ling Hu Jie, Ling Hu Yun, and the other juniors all gasped. Steps were a measure of the strength of a person's soul energy. From the first to the 99 steps. Among them, the mortals without any cultivation were only at the first step. When one's cultivation reached the ancient saint level, there were 39 steps. When one reached the great saint level, there were 49 steps. When one reached the 10,000 saint level, there were 59 steps. As for the next step, one needed to specifically cultivate soul energy. It couldn't be achieved by relying on the enhancement of one's cultivation. The highest known record was that of one of the 10 great heavenly sons, whose soul had reached 99 steps. The second was a living ancestor of the Soul Saint clan. The first ancestor's soul had reached 99 steps. At that level, the soul was strong enough to affect the workings of the heavenly way and transcend the shackles of the body. Among the juniors of the current generation, the strongest soul was Ling Hu Jie, who had reached 39 steps. This was the best soul cultivation talent among the juniors in recent years. Now, Ling Huyang had quietly cultivated to 49 steps. Who could believe it? Before this, he had barely reached the 30th step. Are you really Ling Huyang? Ling Hu Jie looked at Su Yu. Could it be that some outsider has taken over Ling Huyang's body? All the juniors in the room were also doubtful. Ling Huyang's transformation wasn't just earth-shattering. He was like a completely different person. Su Yu calmly said, Are you trying to say that someone can cultivate my clan's forbidden technique, the soul exchange? Everyone knew that the forbidden technique had been destroyed a long time ago, and no one could learn it. Ling Hu Jie glared at Yang Feiying. Speak. Is Ling Huyang really cultivating soul strength? As his wife, you should know best. After a pause, his tone softened. His authenticity concerns the future of the Soul Saint clan. You must consider it carefully. Everyone's eyes fell on Yang Feiying, hoping that she would give an honest answer. Speak. Ling Hu Jie urged. Yang Feiying was silent for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know, but I know that he must be my husband. As she spoke, she stepped forward and held his arm, standing beside Suyu with great determination. Ling Jie slammed the tea table. "You're lying." The rest of the people found it hard to believe that Ling Yang had undergone such an earth-shattering transformation, and they all criticized him. "Enough," the seventh ancestor said calmly. "He is Ling Yang." Everyone quieted down. He smiled with relief. A person's strength might be able to be faked, but not their memories. And the memories of the Soul Saint clan are even less so. The memories of the Soul Saint clan's members could not be taken away by outsiders unless they were willing. As long as there was even the slightest resistance, the memories would self-destruct. It was impossible for others to seize Ling Yang's memories and put them into their own souls to bluff their way through. It turned out that the seventh ancestor's palm strike had not only tested the strength of Ling Yang's soul, but he had also secretly flipped through Ling Yang's memories to confirm that it was Ling Yang himself. What he did not know was that Suyu had merely hidden his own memories, only revealing Ling Yang's memories. Chapter 30-32. Now that the seventh ancestor had spoken, how could the rest of them say anything? They had no choice but to accept the fact that Ling Yang's soul power had secretly improved by leaps and bounds, becoming stronger than they were. Ling Yang's soul power has skyrocketed. I'm looking forward to your comprehension of the ancestral technique. The seventh ancestor smiled fervently. Many of the clan members of the same generation felt nervous. They had once been above Ling Yang, but now he had surpassed them. It was difficult for them to adapt. Ling Jie said disapprovingly, "Pure soul power growth and comprehension of ancestral techniques are two different things." Many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Comprehension of ancestral techniques depended more on one's comprehension and energy, and it had little to do with the strength of one's soul power. Ling Jie was the one who had gone out to train the most and had the most experience. His understanding of the soul surpassed theirs. On the other hand, Ling Yang had never gone out since he had been injured by the 9 Deaths giant demon. He had been holed up in the Sacred Soul clan all day, cultivating elixirs as his companion. It would be strange if he could comprehend ancestral techniques. Over the years, his shallow foundation had proved everything. Later, Ling Yang had even grown tired of comprehending ancestral techniques. This time, Ling Yang's process of comprehending ancestral techniques would not change. "I'm very optimistic about Yang. The seventh ancestor laughed, encouraging Suyu. The seventh ancestor had seen a transformation in Ling Yang. "Let's go." The seventh ancestor stood up and led the younger generation to the core of the Sacred Soul clan, an ancient well. The ancient well was sparkling, and the water was clear. Fishes could be faintly seen swimming in it. However, through Ling Yang's memories, Suyu knew that it was not real water, and the fishes were not real fish. The water was formed by the soul power of the Sacred Soul clan's strong men. The fish was the ancestral technique of the Sacred Soul clan. It turned out that the ancestral technique of the Sacred Soul clan had been shattered during an ancient upheaval and was about to disappear. At that time, to ensure that the ancestral technique could be passed on, the clan members divided a part of their soul power and refined it into the water of today, using it as a vessel to protect the ancestral technique. That was how the ancestral technique had been preserved and continued to exist. The current first ancestor had participated in that incident. The process of comprehending an ancestral technique was to see who could use their spiritual strength as a fishing line and catch the fish formed by the ancestral technique. The principle was that a person's soul contained their own understanding of the soul. The deeper one's understanding, the more the ancestral technique would be lured over, and then take the bait. In the past 10 years, Ling Jie had been fortunate enough to fish up 2 ancestral arts, obtaining rank 3 ancestral arts from there. Most of the others had only fished once. Even Ling Yang had fished once when he was young, but he had never fished again. Due to the protection of the ancestral method, it will only be open for 1 day at a time. Make good use of it. With that, the 7th patriarch sat down cross-legged on a nearby stone platform. He closed his eyes and waited patiently. Sometimes, it took several years for someone to catch a fish, but today, Ling Yang made him look forward to it especially. I wonder if he can create a miracle. The others each chose a position and immediately closed their eyes. They transformed their souls into threads and hooks and threw them into the ancient well. Suyu counted them patiently. There were 9 fishes in total. In other words, the soul ancestral technique had been split into 9 parts. It seemed very difficult to fish up all of them. He calmed his mind and concentrated. According to Ling Hu Yang's memory, he condensed a wisp of his own soul energy, transformed it into threads and hooks, and threw them into the well. As soon as he touched the clear water formed by the souls, Suyu immediately felt an extremely profound sense of vastness. The souls of the Soul Saint clan elders were filled with countless secret techniques of the soul. They were densely packed and all-encompassing. Many of them had wonderful uses that Suyu had never thought of. As expected of the Soul Saint clan, Suyu exclaimed. He had discovered a secret technique that could duplicate souls. As long as the remaining souls were used as raw materials, the essence of the souls was extracted, and a wisp of the soul of the dead was integrated into it. Then, the method of the creator could be used to duplicate the complete soul of the dead, allowing them to live again in the world. This had reached the point of interfering with the normal operation of the heavenly law. As long as one cultivated it to the highest level, one could resurrect a person infinitely, allowing them to live forever. If I had learned this technique back then, Xiana wouldn't have died. Suyu's eyes were filled with sadness. This was also the reason why Suyu had always wanted to reach the peak of the martial path. The more he mastered, the more control he could have over the fate of himself and his loved ones. Looking at the ancestral technique in the well, Suyu hesitated for a moment, but did not fish them. Instead, he calmed his heart and slowly comprehended the mysteries of the souls that the ancestors of the Soul Saint clan had mastered. As time passed, the fish in the well were leisurely, ignoring all the fishing hooks and fishing lines thrown into the well. They were not interested in them at all. Everyone was already used to it, and they waited patiently. At dusk, the 7th ancestor slowly opened his eyes and looked at the motionless Ling Hu Yang, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had not brought any miracles. All right, that's all for today, the 7th ancestor said. There is still tomorrow and the day after. Continue to work hard. If anyone catches a fish, I will reward you handsomely. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Last time, Ling Hu Yang had caught a fish and received the opportunity to bathe in the Soul Saint clan's holy bath. The so-called holy bath was the power of the heavenly law released by the 7 ancestors together with their powerful cultivation. Bathing in it would give one the opportunity to break through to the next level of cultivation. Ling Hu Jie had once benefited from it. Now that it was happening again, who wouldn't be excited? However, it was because the 9-death giant demon had intruded and caused irreparable damage to the Soul Saint clan that the 7th ancestor had made an exception and sacrificed his own power to help the younger generation improve their cultivation. Why was he doing this now? Ling Hu Jie was excited, but he was also uneasy. 7th ancestor, what happened? The 7th ancestor muttered, First ancestor, I have a very bad premonition recently. Perhaps the Soul Saint clan is in trouble again. So, I want to initiate another holy bath for all of you. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't bring themselves to be happy. The 9-death giant demon had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. That time, the younger generation of the Soul Saint clan had suffered heavy casualties and almost ended their generation. If they were all dead, the Soul Saint clan would have no descendants to continue. We were careless last time. This time, we are prepared. We won't let them get away with it, the 7th ancestor said. Only then did everyone feel slightly relieved. They went back to prepare for the next day and the day after. Second brother, there was a fish just now that seemed to be interested in my fishing hook, a young girl said. Ling Hu Jie was surrounded by the younger generation, and they were all asking for advice. Ling Hu Jie glanced at Suyu and said, You should learn more from Big Brother and learn from his experience. One of the clansmen muttered, but after a whole day, the fish did not even approach his fishing hook. What kind of experience is there to learn? Ling Hu Jie added with a faint smile, Of course it's the experience of teaching a lesson in reverse. Chapter 30-33. If Ling Hu Yang had really comprehended a trace of the ancestral technique, he would have had to tuck his tail between his legs. But he had not, and it was just a false alarm. Hearing that, Many of the juniors heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but whisper and laugh. Ling Hujie clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Of course, Big Brother has failed more than once or twice. He should be rewarded for mustering the courage to try again today. Let's not laugh at him anymore. Maybe we won't see him again tomorrow." Su Yu was reflecting on the many secret soul techniques he had comprehended that day. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of a fly beside his ear interrupted his reflection. Su Yu felt a surge of disgust and said indifferently, "You can't do it again. I will only say this one last time." After being taught a lesson, he still did not know how to repent. He only knew how to mock and ridicule others. Did this show how extraordinary he was? Childish. Ling Hujie snorted. He was obviously not satisfied with the lesson he had received today. But for some reason, looking at Su Yu's calm eyes and hearing Su Yu's nonchalant words, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. If Ling Huyang had threatened to teach him a lesson, he would not have been afraid. But Su Yu's nonchalant one last time gave him a bad feeling. His lips moved, but he did not dare continue to provoke him. He stiffened his neck and left with the juniors around him. When they were far away, he said disdainfully, "What's so great about it? In the Sacred Soul Clan, only those who have comprehended the ancestral technique can become the successor of the Sacred Soul Clan. Looking at the generations of ancestors, which one of them did not use the ancestral technique to the extreme? What's the use of relying only on a powerful soul?" The juniors around him all complimented him. "Of course. Among us, the most promising successor to become the Sacred Soul Clan's clan master is obviously Second Brother. To tell you the truth, I have never looked up to Big Brother's actions. Only Second Brother is the real Big Brother in my heart." A flurry of flattery made Ling Hujie feel as if he was on cloud 9. When he passed by the front hall, he saw Yang Feiying, who was silently waiting for Ling Huyang. Looking at her beautiful face, he could not help but sigh. A good cabbage has been taken by a pig. Only I, Ling Hujie, am worthy of such a woman. However, the seventh ancestor's soul range was still there, so he did not dare to do anything out of line. He could only turn a blind eye and leave. However, his heart was itching unbearably. Only Su Yu and Ling Huyun were left at the sealed entrance. The latter patted Su Yu's shoulder and said, "They've already forgotten the debt of gratitude for saving their lives in the past. Big Brother's sacrifice isn't worth it." Su Yu thought nothing of it. There are only a few people in this world who know how to repay kindness. After experiencing so much, Su Yu had become indifferent to human nature. If you help others out of kindness, you will definitely get gratitude and good results. Only a greenhorn would think like that. In this cruel world, it was more likely that they would be devoured cleanly, skin to bones. Not many people knew how to be grateful. Ling Huyun quietly said, "In short, I am very grateful to you for saving our lives back then. Without you, how could we have waited for our elders to come and rescue us?" Su Yu looked at Ling Huyun and patted his shoulder. "Thank you." In Ling Huyang's memories, Ling Huyun's fate was the same as his. No, it was even more tragic than Ling Huyang's. At the very least, Ling Huyang had once enjoyed a glorious life. However, Ling Huyun had lost his parents when he was young and had been taken care of by his uncle. However, his uncle couldn't even take care of his own daughter, so how could he give Ling Huyun too much love? Ling Huyun had been bullied since he was a child. Although Ling Huyang often used his status as the big brother to restrain his younger siblings, he couldn't stop them from secretly bullying Ling Huyun. His situation only improved after the attack of the 9 Deaths giant demon. Since then, Ling Huyun had first caught a fish. Then, he was valued by the ancestors, who began to nurture him. That was how he had gotten to where he was today. In terms of cultivation, he was even higher than Ling Hujie. In terms of the ancestral soul technique, he was the only one who had reached the second level, second only to Ling Hujie. His overall strength might be a notch higher than Ling Hujie's. The two of them had many common experiences, so they got along very well. "Big Brother, I need to remind you to be careful of Ling Hujie," Ling Huyun said hesitantly. "The way he looks at sister-in-law is very strange. To prevent him from having any evil thoughts, it's better for you to take precautions." Su Yu didn't need him to say anything. He had also seen the strange look Ling Hujie was giving Yang Feiying. In Ling Huyang's memory, 2 years ago, Ling Hujie had tried to violate Yang Feiying when he wasn't in the mansion. Fortunately, Ling Huyang, who had returned in time, discovered it. Not only did Ling Hujie not repent, but he even beat Ling Huyang up on the spot to vent his anger. Because Ling Hujie was deeply doted on by the second ancestor, and their words carried little weight, the couple didn't speak of the matter. "Yes, I understand," Suyu said indifferently, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Ling Huyang might not bear to harm his own people, but Suyu didn't have such a psychological barrier. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind helping Ling Huyang and Yang Feiying get rid of a bastard who even his sister-in-law coveted. The two of them returned to the front hall side by side. Yang Feiying was waiting there quietly. When she saw Suyu, she immediately smiled and held his arm. "Husband, how's the comprehension of the ancestral technique?" In fact, she had already heard the juniors talking about how Ling Huyang hadn't even attracted a fish today. It was still the same as before, with no signs of progress. "Not bad, there should be hope in another 2 days, Suyu said casually. Today, he didn't throw the fishing hook and fishing line into the water. Instead, he stayed on the surface of the water to comprehend the secret soul techniques of the older generation, and he gained a lot. As for whether he could fish up the ancestral technique, he wasn't worried. Even someone like Ling Hujie could fish up 3 fish, let alone him. He was worried that if he fished up all 9 fish in one go, it would attract the attention and suspicion of more ancestors of the Soul Saint tribe. So, he planned to take action on the last day, and once he got it, he would immediately change his body and leave. "Really? That's great." Yang Feiying looked at him with an encouraging look. She knew that Ling Huyang hadn't made any progress, but she never complained. Suyu sighed inwardly when he saw that. What more could a husband ask for when he had such a wife? Ling Huyang was indeed lucky. No matter how down and out he was, he had a virtuous wife by his side. "When we get home, I'll give you a gift." In Ling Huyang's memory, he had carefully prepared a gift for his wife. Yang Feiying was startled, and her face immediately tensed up. Spending money recklessly again, even though she said that, her eyes were full of surprise. Ever since Ling Huyang had been down and out, they hadn't had any romantic time. Every day, they lived in great depression. Yang Feiying didn't even dare to think about giving him a gift. Suyu smiled. "You'll know when we get home." The two of them returned to their own mansion, loving each other. Along the way, the real Ling Huyang stared at the two of them and said sourly, "This be ****, if he dares to do anything to my Ying I. Chapter 30-34. He had no choice but to follow them back to the house quietly. After closing the door, Suyu took out a beautifully wrapped gift box and gave it to her. "Open it and have a look." Yang Feiying's pretty face was as red as a peach blossom as she said, "Don't tell me it's an elixir." She was afraid that Ling Huyang would be foolish again and give her a taste of some newly developed elixir. Suyu smiled without saying anything. She opened the gift box doubtfully, and a crimson undergarment came into view. Every stitch and thread of the undergarment was made of the best quality silk. Not only was it comfortable, but it was also invulnerable. It was also a close-fitting armor with defensive capabilities. It was not sold in the market at all, and it had to be sewn by a famous teacher. Ling Huyang had stolen her undergarment not to sell it for money, but to give it to a famous teacher to make a custom-made undergarment of the same size. This was his real intention. However, Ling Huyang was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he did not dare to give it away. So, Suyu had to do it for him. "My husband." Yang Feiying was smart, and she immediately understood why he had stolen her undergarment that day. Her pretty face was flushed, and she was very touched. She pursed her red lips, picked up the undergarment, and said, "My husband, I'll wear it for you now." She probably wanted to use it as a reward. As she spoke, she began to undress. Suyu hurriedly stopped her, stood up, and said, "Ying, this is a top-grade doctrine artifact. You should refine it first." Yang Feiying nodded obediently, put it away with a blushing face, and said shyly with her head lowered, "Then tonight." She had said before that she would let her husband do whatever he wanted tonight. Suyu coughed dryly. Ying although I didn't catch any fish just now, I was inspired, and I want to train in isolation for a night. Hearing this, Yang Feiying was a little disappointed, but she was more happy. Good, good, good. You can go now. Just let me know if you need anything. She was very happy to see Ling Huyang working hard. Okay, you rest early, Su Yu said, and went to the isolation room in the yard. However, as soon as he opened the door, a figure flashed in. It was Ling Huyang, who had followed him. Su Yu calmly entered the room and closed the door behind him. Ling Huyang stepped forward and grabbed Su Yu's collar. You. Who allowed you to act on your own and take out the undergarment? Su Yu shrugged. Are you blaming me for not watching her change? Then I'll go back. Wait. Ling Huyang loosened his grip. It was rare for him to speak the truth. Thank you. He sighed in his heart. He had met a righteous gentleman. If it was a treacherous villain, everything would be over. Not only had his identity been impersonated, but even his wife might have been seized. Are you still going to play around with the soul substitution secret technique in the future? Su Yu asked suddenly. Ling Huyang's heart shook violently, and he looked at Su Yu in surprise. You can see through my thoughts at this moment. This kind of secret technique might be effective on ordinary people, but after becoming a heavenly law master, the profound power of the heavenly law master would become the best defense. Secret techniques that could see through one's thoughts were not effective at all. What do you think? Su Yu smiled mysteriously. Ordinary secret techniques were certainly incapable of seeing through one's thoughts, but the Soul Saint clan, who had the highest attainments in souls, might not be able to. How is this possible? This is a secret technique researched by the late heaven-inspecting ancestor. How did you learn it? Ling Huyang asked in shock. Su Yu shrugged. I learned it as I watched it. His 8 great domains had already nurtured a whiff of the absolute beginning force, and he had stepped into some kind of mysterious realm. The principles of the secret techniques related to the 8 great domains were clear to him, and he did not need to comprehend them too much. He could basically master them easily. It's the water from the ancient well? Ling Huyang could not believe it. Impossible. The secret techniques in the water from the ancient well are chaotic and complicated. They have evolved and fused together over the years. Even the first ancestor could not extract the secret techniques of the other ancestors from them. The secret technique of the soul that Su Yu had unintentionally released shocked Ling Huyang. If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible, Su Yu said indifferently. Ling Huyang's eyes turned rapidly, and he fixed his gaze on Su Yu. Who are you? I found the 8 great domains in your body at the same time, and your attainments are unparalleled. It turned out that Ling Huyang had not been idle the entire day. He had carefully studied Su Yu's body. Putting everything else aside, the extremely powerful 8 great domains made it difficult for Ling Huyang to forget. Su Yu said meaningfully, I advise you not to look into it too deeply. You absolutely do not want to touch the thing that I am carrying. At most, the day after tomorrow, we will swap bodies again, and we will have nothing to do with each other, Su Yu said calmly. Ling Huyang nodded and did not say anything more. Indeed, they would have nothing to do with each other in 2 days. After a night of silence, Su Yu came out of isolation and went to the ancient well the next morning. Today, he was still fishing, and the 7th ancestor was in charge of guarding it. A whole day had passed, and Su Yu still had no harvest. Just like the first day, the fish did not even approach. This made the 7th ancestor lose all hope. However, Ling Huyun's performance was outstanding. His fishing hook had actually attracted a fish. It lingered for a long time, wanting to bite but hesitating. This discovery shocked the 7th ancestor greatly. After sunset, he personally came down and patted Ling Huyun's shoulder. Keep up the good work, and you will most likely catch a fish. In the past, whenever there was a fish lingering, it was possible to catch a fish the next day. Ling Huyun might even become the 2nd person to reach the 3rd stage of the ancestral soul technique, truly becoming the strongest person of the sacred soul clan. Thank you for your compliment, 7th ancestor. I will continue to work hard. Ling Huyun left with a smile on his face. Many juniors chased after him to ask for his experience. leaving Ling Hu Jie in the cold. What kind of luck does this Ling Hu Yun have? Ling Hu Jie said indignantly. Ling Hu Yun, who was once the most destitute of them all, was now vaguely superior to him. It was hard to accept. However, the consolation was that Ling Hu Yang was still the same, showing no signs of success. Useless. Ling Hu Jie curled his lips and said sarcastically. In the secret chamber. Ling Hu Yang silently counted the days. Looking at Su Yu, who had just entered, he said, "There is only 1 day left." Su Yu nodded. "Tomorrow, when I get the ancestral soul technique, I will come and exchange bodies with you." After a pause, Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light. "May I ask you about the scene of the 9 Deaths giant demon's appearance that day?" He had examined Ling Hu Yang's body. There was an obscure power in his body, which should have been left behind by the 9 Deaths giant demon. That power did not cause much harm to his body, but it affected his soul. Sometimes, it could even make him lose his mind and turn him into a lunatic. This was why Ling Hu Yang's soul cultivation had come to a complete halt, and he had fallen from being a genius into dust. Ling Hu Yang was surprised, so he told Su Yu everything that had happened that day. "Are you saying that, up until now, you still haven't figured out the reason for the 9 Deaths giant demon's appearance?" Su Yu was secretly surprised. The Sacred Soul clan was a powerful clan, and they had 7 extremely powerful old ancestors, yet they still couldn't figure out the 9 Deaths giant demon's origin. Yes, he appeared in the courtyard out of nowhere, and slaughtered more than half of the juniors. We were the only ones who were lucky enough to survive. As for me, I took a palm strike from the 9 Death giant devil and didn't die. It can be said that I'm very lucky, Ling Hu Yang said bitterly. He would rather have been killed by the 9 Deaths giant demon's palm strike than become useless. Su Yu nodded slightly, but he still had a huge question in his heart. With the 9 Deaths giant demon's extremely powerful cultivation, he could slaughter the juniors with a snap of his fingers. So, why did he fail to kill Ling Hu Yang? Chapter 30-35. The next morning. Today was the last day of the month for the Sacred Clan's ancestral technique comprehension. The 7th ancestor came to the side of the ancient well early in the morning. Not only that, but he also set up an ancient mirror on the stone bench beside him. In the mirror, there were faint waves of probing energy seeping out. It turned out that the 7th ancestor had reported to the other ancestors that Ling Hu Yun, one of the younger generation, was expected to catch a fish and comprehend a 3rd-level ancestral technique. The ancestors were quite concerned. The 1st ancestor even personally handed a mirror to the 7th ancestor and placed it at the scene. Through the mirror, they could see every movement in the ancient well from the secret chamber where they were training in isolation. Today, all the people of the younger generation had rushed over in high spirits. Today was the last chance, and they had to cherish it. "Third brother, it seems that you are the only one who can catch a fish in recent years," a sister said in admiration. "Yes, third brother has changed. He has been reborn." Everyone had high expectations for Ling Hu Yun. After all, his performance the day before had shown signs of success. Ling Hu Jie, who was left out, was jealous. What's so great about him? Nothing is certain until the last moment. As time passed, Su Yu was the only one among the younger generation who had not arrived. "Let's begin." The 7th ancestor saw that the time was almost up and could not wait to open the ancient well. Ling Hu Yun reminded him, "7th ancestor, Big Brother is not here yet. Let's wait a little longer. It's not time yet anyway." The 7th ancestor shook his head. "Don't worry about him. Today, you are the leader," he exhorted. "To comprehend the ancestral technique, you need to focus. There must be no distracting thoughts in your mind, or you will fail on the verge of success. Now, don't worry about anything, don't think about anything, understand?" Ling Hu Yun nodded deeply. "Thank you for your teachings, 7th ancestor. I understand." The younger generation quickly gathered around the ancient well, racing against time to throw their fishing lines and hooks into the well. However, it was difficult for them to calm down, and they were all paying attention to Ling Hu Yun from time to time. What made them jealous was that after Ling Hu Yu's fishing line and hook were submerged in the well, the fish from the day before immediately came to hover in front of his hook. Noticing this, the seventh ancestor's eyes lit up. He held his breath and quietly watched the situation unfold. The other people of the younger generation also completely forgot that they were there to fish. Their gazes were all attracted by Ling Hu Yun's transformation. Ling Hu Jie's heart was in his throat as he stared at the fish nervously. Whether or not Ling Hu Yun could replace him and become the best of his generation depended on the fish in front of him. He prayed silently in his heart. It must not succeed, no. However, things didn't go as planned. The fish circled around Ling Hu Yun's hook for a long time. Finally, it made up its mind. It quickly ran over and bit the hook. The seventh forefather's eyes narrowed, and he secretly said, "Quick, pull the fishing line." Everyone else's heart sank. As expected, he was going to succeed. Ling Hu Yun was also incomparably excited. He pulled his soul thread with all his might. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to catch the fish. There were very few exceptions. However, an unexpected scene had actually occurred today. After the fish took the bait, it seemed to realize that the hook wasn't what it wanted, so when Ling Hu Yun pulled on the line, it spat it out. Ling Hu Yun had used too much force, and he, who was sitting by the well, staggered and fell to the ground. The fishing line and hook formed from his soul slammed into his body. It was as embarrassing as one could imagine. The seventh forefather and the patriarchs behind the mirrors all sighed in disappointment. "Ling Hu Yun, your heart isn't pure," the seventh forefather said regretfully and disappointedly. "The ancestral method rejects you." He had placed too much hope on Ling Hu Yun, but he had been too disappointing. Many of the younger generation heaved sighs of relief and gloated over his misfortune. Ling Hu Jie couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, I thought you were going to make a complete comeback. Who would have thought? I told you not to celebrate too early." Sigh. Things have indeed been too smooth for third brother these past few years. I thought it was because he worked hard enough, but it seems that luck was more important. Crows are like phoenixes that fly to the treetops. That's not realistic. They spoke one after another, and all of them looked proud and elated. The seventh forefather saw this and felt even more vexed. "Shut up. You don't want to comprehend the ancestral method, do you?" When he looked at Ling Hu Yun, his tone changed. "Ling Hu Yun, you don't have to continue. Just watch from the side." Usually, if a person who had been rejected by a fish tried to fish again, it would only affect the performance of others. Ling Hu Yun got up from the ground, wiped the water off his face, and said awkwardly, "Yes." He stood alone beside the ancient well, watching the fish swimming in it, but he could only remain indifferent. His emotions were extremely complicated. After a cup of tea's time, Su Yu, who had arrived just in time, was surprised to find that the ancient well had begun ahead of time. "It's begun?" He was slightly surprised that such a major event could be brought forward so casually. The Soul Saint tribe probably had too much hope for Ling Hu Yun. The seventh forefather's face was as calm as still water. He glanced at Su Yu and looked away. "Hurry up and go. Don't waste any time." Su Yu wasn't in a hurry. In the past 2 days, he had learned all the more important secret soul techniques in the well. Today was the day to officially fish and learn the ancestral method of soul. He glanced around and found Ling Hu Yun watching from the side. He asked curiously, "Third brother, why aren't you going?" Ling Hu Yun smiled bitterly. "Big brother, you don't know." After listening to his explanation, Su Yu suddenly understood and patted his shoulder. "Keep up the good work in the future." "Thank you, big brother." Ling Hu Jie turned to look at Su Yu and said with a smile, "Big brother, why don't you hurry up? How much longer are you going to dawdle?" Su Yu came to the side of the ancient well without saying a word. Looking at the 9 indifferent fishes swimming on their own, Su Yu separated a part of his soul and transformed it into a fishing line and a fishing hook. He threw them into the water for the first time. Because he wasn't careful enough, the fishing hook smashed into the water, causing a splash. Ling Hu Jie teased him, "Big brother, aren't you too impatient? Don't tell me that a fish will take the bait as soon as one of you throws the hook." Not long after he said that, Ling Hu Jie suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. This was because after the fishing hook fell, while it was still sinking, a nearby fish swam over at an alarming speed and bit the fishing hook. Linghu Jie wasn't the only one who was stunned by the scene. The rest of the juniors stared with their eyes wide open, their faces petrified. The seventh ancestor, who was distraught, didn't pay attention to the situation in the ancient well. He only noticed their strange expressions and said with dissatisfaction, "What are you all doing? Don't you want to comprehend it anymore?" As he spoke, he cast a probing gaze into the ancient well. However, as soon as he saw it, his whole body trembled and he was petrified on the spot. Only a pair of eyes remained, following the fishing line formed by Su Yu's soul and pulling the fish up. The strangest thing was that the fish didn't resist at all. It was like a dead fish, willingly being pulled up. Chapter 30-36. There was dead silence as everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. They wouldn't be surprised if anyone caught a fish. But Linghu Yang was the only one who had surprised them. Yesterday, the fish had not even approached Linghu Yang's hook. But now, as soon as the hook was thrown, a fish bit on it without hesitation and did not resist. This showed that it approved of Linghu Yang. The seventh ancestor, Linghu Jie, and even Linghu Yun found it hard to accept such a huge gap. Only when the fish was completely pulled onto the shore did it move symbolically. It then turned into a crimson light and disappeared into Su Yu's forehead. A broken soul trace immediately appeared in Su Yu's mind. The trace was extremely profound, encompassing all the mysteries of the soul realm. In it, Su Yu even found the shadow of the soul exchange secret technique. Inadvertently, Su Yu raised his finger and gently drew a line in the air. A faintly discernible remnant fragment flashed and disappeared. He had successfully comprehended the ancestral technique fragment. Then, the fish jumped out of Su Yu's forehead and returned to the ancient well. Clap, clap. It was only then that the seventh ancestor stood up and applauded, his face brimming with surprise. Yes, it was a surprise. Because it was too unexpected, too unexpected. Linghu Yun, who had been the most anticipated, had been utterly disappointed, but Su Yu, who had been the least optimistic, had succeeded. The affairs of the world are hard to predict, but nothing more than that. Congratulations. The seventh ancestor stepped forward, his face full of smiles. From today onwards, the younger generation will have a second-level ancestral technique of the soul. In this way, Linghu Yang had finally risen from mediocrity to the point where he was on equal footing with Linghu Yun. How could the seventh ancestor not be happy? On the other hand, the rest of the younger generation had mixed feelings. Linghu Yang had really risen. He was no longer the abject genius that they had once bullied. Unexpectedly, Su Yu did not even open his eyes. He calmly said, "Congratulations, we'll talk about it later. Please move aside, I need to hurry." Because it was expected to be opened earlier, the amount of time he could fish was greatly reduced. Therefore, he could not afford to rest. He had to seize every second to catch the rest of the fish. "You still want to continue?" The seventh ancestor was startled. "Why don't you take a break first?" Normally speaking, after catching a fish, it would take at least several years to digest the ancestral technique information within. Fish would not be interested in fishing lines and hooks that were barely formed without digesting them. If Su Yu continued to fish after catching a fish, it would only be a waste of time. Linghu Jie also said with jealousy, "He's been suppressed for too long and has become stupid. Who does he think he is to catch 2 fish in such a short period of time?" In the past, very few of the ancestors had such outstanding talent. Who does Linghu Yang think he is? However, everyone was petrified once again. What they couldn't believe was that when Su Yu threw his fishing hook into the ancient well, an unexpected and shocking scene occurred. Those leisurely swimming fishes seemed to have gone mad. They swam crazily to the side of the fishing hook and fought to snatch it. "What?" The seventh forefather gasped. He had presided over the ancestral method comprehension not once or twice, and had seen countless genius clansmen. He had even seen the rare scene of 2 or 3 fish fighting over the same fishing hook. However, he had never seen a scene where all the fish were fighting over it. There was no record of such a thing in the clan's ancient books. Whoosh, with a gentle pull, Su Yu caught another fish. Just like before, the fish dived into Su Yu's soul and imprinted the fragment in his mind. After digesting it, Su Yu started fishing again without stopping. He wants to continue? You must be joking, right? Ling Hu Jie could no longer sit still and stepped forward to stop him. How did you do it? Stop right now. He felt that Ling Hu Yang must have cheated. However, before he could touch Su Yu, the seventh forefather rushed over and slapped him across the face, sending him flying. The seventh forefather's face was livid. He said angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Ling Hu Jie said, aggrieved, "Seventh forefather, I suspect he is cheating." He could not accept that Ling Hu Yang had surpassed him. Get lost. If you dare disturb Yang Er's comprehension of ancestral techniques again, I will destroy your cultivation. The seventh forefather was angry, which was rare for him. He felt that Ling Hu Jie was hopeless. How could a person be jealous to such a sinister extent? The Sacred Spirit tribe had finally produced a genius with extraordinary talent who had the potential to comprehend several ancestral techniques consecutively, but Ling Hu Jie was trying to obstruct him and interrupt him. This was unforgivable. The seventh forefather was furious, and the rest of the juniors who had wanted to stop him gave up on the idea. They could only stare at Su Yu uneasily, silently praying that he would not continue. However, reality was cruel. As soon as the hook was cast, it was immediately snatched up. Before long, another fish was successfully caught. This was the third fish that Su Yu had caught. Including the one that Ling Hu Yang had caught himself, it would be the fourth. The hearts of the juniors sank as they looked at Ling Hu Yang with complicated expressions. They found that they could only accept this cruel reality that they were unwilling to accept. The Ling Hu Yang from all those years ago had really returned. No, he had appeared in front of them in an even more dazzling manner. From now on, they would once again live in his shadow. On the contrary, the seventh forefather was overjoyed. When the fourth fish was caught, even the forefathers in the secret chamber could not sit still anymore. Without a sound, many unfamiliar old men appeared next to the seventh forefather. Ling Hu Jie and the other juniors did not even recognize them. Apart from the seventh forefather, the last time the other forefathers had appeared in public was more than 1,000 years ago. As for the tragedy that happened decades ago, they had only appeared briefly and disappeared without a trace. They had never appeared in public before. Unbelievable. 5 forefathers arrived. They looked at Su Yu, who was concentrating on fishing fish again and again. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Having lived for countless years, they knew very well how rare the ancestral techniques in the ancient well were. However, Su Yu was able to catch them again and again without any effort. It was completely beyond their imagination. What has Ling Hu Yang experienced all these years? The second forefather asked in silence. The seventh forefather muttered, "He has been suppressed for many years. Perhaps it has something to do with this." However, the second forefather shook his head. The 9 fragments of the ancestral soul technique each represent a kind of soul comprehension. He has only been suppressed for a long time. At most, he can only resonate with one fish and catch it. It is impossible for him to catch so many in a row. The faces of the second group were filled with doubt. Your first forefather has been through countless storms and waves. He has even experienced parting with his loved ones several times. He has experienced both the sorrow of the world and the joy of the world. Yet, he can only catch 4 fish in a row. It is hard to believe that Ling Hu Yang has the experience of the first forefather and has such a profound understanding of the soul. This is not something that can be achieved by being suppressed. Everyone was filled with doubts. Indeed, Ling Hu Yang's transformation was too strange. 2 days ago, it was as if he had been reborn. It was as if he had become a different person. Ling Hu Jie covered his face and said with grievance, "Second forefather, this person is definitely not Ling Hu Yang. Please make a decision, forefather." He was one of the descendants of the second forefather. Because Ling Hu Jie was considered outstanding among the younger generation, the second forefather had issued orders in the secret chamber to nurture Ling Hu Jie carefully. Chapter 30-37. The seventh ancestor glared at Ling Hu Jie and said, "Second ancestor, I've personally examined his soul. There's nothing wrong with it. To say that he's a fake is to accuse me of betraying the soul sacred clan. An ancestor betraying the Soul Sacred clan was no laughing matter. The second ancestor looked at Ling Hu Jie and said indifferently, "Can you take responsibility for your words?" In a sense, Ling Hu Jie was accusing the seventh ancestor of shielding an outsider. Ling Hu Jie immediately shrank back. He was merely jealous of Ling Hu Yang's rapid progress. He had no confidence in whether or not he was the real Ling Hu Yang. The second ancestor looked at him indifferently. "If you don't, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourself again." In the eyes of the older generation, Ling Hu Jie's narrow-mindedness was detestable, even if he was his own descendant. Ling Hu Jie was given the cold shoulder and walked back in embarrassment. However, Ling Hu Yang's ability to comprehend several ancestral techniques in a row is indeed problematic, the second ancestor said. The seventh ancestor said, "What do you mean, second ancestor?" The second ancestor said, "Let him comprehend them first. Once he's done, we ancestors will investigate him together." To avoid harming the innocent, the second ancestor did not interrupt Su Yu's comprehension. What if there was nothing wrong with him, but he was interrupted and unable to continue comprehending in the future? Second ancestor is considerate, the seventh ancestor said. Hence, the crowd watched quietly as Su Yu caught one fish after another. 5, 6, 7, 8. All the fish had been caught by Su Yu. Apart from the one that Ling Hu Yang had caught, which could not be caught again, Su Yu had successfully caught all the fish. Su Yu had already comprehended about 80 to 90% of the ancestral technique remnant that had been shattered. He was only missing the one that Ling Hu Yang had comprehended. Now, he could already casually draw out an incomparably profound and powerful remnant with a wave of his hand. Of course, Su Yu could not use it in front of the 6 ancestors of the Ling Hu Saint clan. He pretended to be dizzy and rubbed his forehead. "So the ancestors are all here. Junior Ling Hu Yang pays his respects to the ancestors." His mind was racing, trying to think of a way to escape the ancestors' investigation. At that time, the 7th ancestor had only scanned Su Yu's soul casually. This time, he had comprehended all the remnant traces of the ancestral arts of the soul sacred race. They would definitely carefully search through his soul. At that time, both Su Yu and Ling Hu Yang's soul memories would be investigated. The 7th forefather's face was filled with excitement as he said, "Yang congratulations. You are truly amazing." From ancient times until now, he was the first clansman to comprehend 8 ancestral arts in succession. Su Yu replied modestly, "Although I caught the fish, I didn't fully comprehend it. I still need many years to comprehend it." The 7th forefather was silent for a moment, then said, "Yang these are the forefathers of the clan, and they have some questions for you." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he said hesitantly, "Seventh ancestor, can you allow me to go home first and inform Ying of this good news?" His expression was apologetic as he said, "Ying has endured humiliation for me for many years. I promised her that I would tell her the news as soon as possible." The 7th forefather, who had a deep understanding of this, said to the 2nd forefather, "The investigation doesn't matter. How about giving him some time first?" Anyway, under the eyes of the 7 forefathers, even if there was something wrong with Ling Hu Yang, there was no way he could escape. "Sure, at most half a day." The 2nd forefather nodded, then disappeared with the other forefathers. The 7th forefather cupped his fists and congratulated him. "After the investigation, I will perform a holy bath for you." Ha ha. When he finished, the 7th forefather also disappeared without a trace. Only the juniors were left standing on the ground, at a loss. Ling Hu Yang had comprehended 8 ancestral arts. Without a doubt, he was the future successor of the soul sacred race. They were unwilling to accept this cruel reality, but it was right in front of them. Moreover, what they needed to worry about was whether Ling Hu Yang would seek revenge in the future. After all, they had all bullied Ling Hu Yang before. Su Yu straightened his clothes and walked out of the hall. He said calmly, "From now on, don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, I don't mind making you disappear from this world." His words caused the hearts of many juniors of the same clan to tremble violently. A woman's face turned pale. He was just saying it. We are all his clansmen. How could he be so ruthless? Although many people were afraid, they did not take it to heart. This included Ling Hu Jie. He did not believe that Ling Hu Yang would dare to do anything to him. Usually, the conflicts were internal conflicts of the clan. If it escalated to a killing, the forefathers would not sit back and watch. Su Yu went straight back to his house. He glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eyes. He could faintly sense that someone was watching him. Therefore, he could not go to the secret chamber to exchange his soul right away. He could only do as he had said and be the first to let Ying Er know of his achievements. When he entered the house, Yang Feiying was making tea. When Su Yu returned, Yang Feiying raised her eyes and looked delighted. "You're back. How was your day?" she asked casually and did not have much expectation. "I got it." Su Yu smiled. In his heart, he was thinking about how to exchange bodies without arousing suspicion. Yang Feiying was overjoyed. She threw herself into his arms like a little bird, her face filled with surprise. It was as if she was the one who had comprehended the ancestral technique, not Su Yu. Feeling Yang Feiying's sincere happiness, Su Yu could not help but envy Ling Hu Yang. He had really married a good wife. "Tell me quickly, what ancestral technique did you comprehend?" Yang Feiying asked anxiously. Her face was flushed with surprise. From head to toe, every single hair on her body was filled with indescribable surprise. Su Yu smiled mysteriously. "It depends on which piece you're asking about." "What do you mean?" Yang Feiying was startled. Su Yu sat down with a smile. Leaning against the armchair, he said leisurely, "I caught all the ancestral technique fishes." "What?" Yang Feiying covered her small mouth, her starry eyes as wide as silver bells. "How is that possible?" Su Yu shrugged. How could it be false under the verification of the seventh ancestor and several other forefathers? He looked at her on behalf of Ling Hu Yang. "Ying Er, from today onwards, you will be proud of me." At this moment, Yang Feiying was shocked, and her heart was filled with warmth. She hugged Su Yu even tighter and sat on his lap, tears streaming down her face. She had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Finally, she had waited for this day. Su Yu smiled. His mission had come to an end. It was time to exchange his soul and continue on his journey. However, how could he go to the secret chamber and exchange his body without arousing suspicion? He knew how to exchange souls now. But the prerequisite was that there had to be physical contact between the two parties. Now that he was being watched by several forefathers, once he entered the secret chamber, they would probably notice that there was someone in the secret chamber and be exposed. He was pondering. Yang Feiying, who had been sobbing for a long time, wiped her tears and suddenly said, "Oh yes, husband, do you remember the black-robed man who came to buy medicine last time?" Su Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. He said, "Of course I remember. What's wrong?" Yang Feiying pursed her lips slightly, feeling humiliated. "He was hiding in the secret chamber of our house. After I found him, he tried to molest me. He called me Ying Er and said I was his wife, and he was Ling Hu Yang." Su Yu's face darkened. And then, his bad feeling was getting stronger. With Yang Feiying's loyal personality, whoever dared to insult her would have serious consequences. Chapter 3038. Then, Yang Feiying said matter-of-factly, "Then I suppressed her in the latrine pit." "What?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Su Yu jumped up immediately. "Suppressed in the latrine pit?" Yang Feiying said matter-of-factly, "What are you surprised about? Isn't that what you said? Anyone who violated me was thrown into the latrine pit to be suppressed." The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. Only now did he recall that after Ling Hu Jie had attempted to violate Yang Feiying, Ling Hu Yang had sworn to suppress all those who had plotted against Yang Feiying in the latrine pit to reflect. Ling Hu Yang, you never dreamed that the first person to be suppressed in the latrine pit would be you, right? Su Yu was speechless. Yang Feiying said suspiciously, "But it's really strange. How did that person know my name?" Su Yu hurriedly interrupted her conjecture. "Ahem, don't think about it now. Let him out. I want to interrogate him." "Interrogate him for what? Wouldn't it be better to just suppress him to death?" Yang Feiying asked, puzzled. Those stinky hooligans who tried to violate her deserved to be suppressed in the latrine pit for the rest of their lives. What if he has an accomplice? Su Yu asked in reply. Yang Feiying thought about it seriously for a moment, then said, "You're right. Wait a moment." Before long, Yang Feiying threw a stinky man in a black robe on the ground. "It's him." Su Yu pinched his nose and said, "Ying go get the torture tools. I'll interrogate him alone for a while." "Yes, husband." Yang Feiying did not suspect anything and left obediently. Only Su Yu and Ling Huyang were left in the room. "How does it feel to be suppressed in the latrine pit by your own wife?" Su Yu asked calmly. Ling Huyang raised his head, his body stinking. He said, "Why don't you have a taste?" He said angrily, "Have you used your body enough? Give it back to me." Su Yu could not have asked for more. With a wave of his hand, a space area swept across Ling Huyang's body, sweeping away all the filth and stench on his body, leaving nothing behind. Only such a body could he dare to take it back. "Cut the crap. Let's begin. I've had enough of your body that's neither a man nor a woman." Ling Huyang stood up and stepped forward, placing his palm on Su Yu's shoulder. Just as he was about to use the soul exchange, Yang Feiying came back with many instruments of torture and said, "Husband, why did you let him get up? You even washed him clean." Su Yu said in a deadpan manner, "Ying this person was caught by you and hit his head. He's a bit delirious, and he mistook himself for me. That's why he unknowingly offended you." Yang Feiying looked doubtful. Isn't this excuse too far-fetched? No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't tell that this fellow of unknown origin was delirious at that time. "I've already examined his soul's memory, and it's indeed true. I've even cured him in passing." As Su Yu spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Ling Huyang. The latter cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, I was the one who offended you, but I didn't mean to offend you. I don't think a normal person would have the guts to be rude to the young madam of the Soul Saint tribe." Yang Feiying was skeptical. She felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Forget it, let him leave as soon as possible." "I don't want to see him again," Yang Feiying said, displeased. Su Yu nodded. "All right, drive him away right away." Ling Huyang, who was beside them, was already impatient. He shot a threatening glance at Su Yu, as if to say, "Why are you so dramatic?" He closed his eyes and activated the soul exchange, preparing to quietly exchange their soul strengths. However, Su Yu suddenly paused, then said, "By the way, Ying I have to confess something to you. In fact, I really sold your undergarment to Wang San Mazi under the bridge." Of course, this was a lie. His purpose was to deceive Yang Feiying. "What?" Yang Feiying's face was flushed, and she was so angry that she stepped forward and slapped him. Su Yu laughed inwardly. He used the soul exchange, instantly exchanging souls with Ling Huyang, and returned to his own body. Slap. Ling Huyang had just returned to his own body when he was slapped. He hadn't even enjoyed his wife's tenderness when he was slapped. "Ying I didn't say that." Ling Huyang covered his red and swollen cheek, feeling wronged. Huang Ying said angrily, "If it wasn't you, was it him? She wasn't deaf." Ling Huyang stammered, not daring to reveal the absurd matter of the soul exchange. He could only grit his teeth and glare at Su Yu. Su Yu returned the smile and mouthed, "An eye for an eye." Back then, he had wanted to use Su Yu as a shield to receive a slap from Yang Feiying. Now, he had returned the favor. Su Yu smiled and cupped his hands. "Sirs, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now." Everything was going smoothly, and he could leave safely. However, right at that moment, a group of people came in from outside. They were Ling Hu Jie, Ling Hu Yun, and the other juniors. They had all come to congratulate him. "Big brother, we've come to congratulate you." They had brought delicious meat and top-notch spiritual fruits. Even Ling Hu Jie had prepared a bottle of fine wine from his collection. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, people who didn't know better would think that they had a harmonious relationship. Ling Huyang scowled and snorted. "What do you want them to congratulate me for? Get rid of them." Yang Feiying hid her anger and resumed her virtuous demeanor. She tidied his clothes and said, "You can't do that. As the big brother of this generation, you should have the bearing of a big brother. If you want to retaliate against them, you should wait for another time, not now. They had come to congratulate him openly. If Ling Huyang took action, he would seem too petty. In the end, Yang Feiying understood the ways of the world better. But what are they celebrating for? It's so strange. Ling Huyang's brows were still furrowed. Huh? Yang Feiying looked at Ling Huyang suspiciously. She said, "Since just now, I feel like you've changed into another person." In the past 3 days, Ling Huyang had given her a feeling of qualitative change. Whether it was his temperament or his behavior, he was like a different person. But today, he had suddenly changed back. "Oh, I just feel that there's nothing to celebrate." "That's nothing," Ling Huyang said ambiguously. Yang Feiying's suspicions didn't dissipate. Instead, they deepened. She said, "My husband, you caught 8 fish in a row. No one has ever comprehended most of the ancestral techniques in one go. Isn't that nothing?" She didn't remember her husband being so modest. "What? I comprehended." Ling Huyang was shocked. Just as he was about to give himself away, Su Yu placed his hand on his shoulder and immediately swapped souls. He quickly regained control of Ling Huyang's body and said, "That's nothing. It's just ancestral techniques. It won't be too late to celebrate after I've digested them." Yang Feiying's suspicions lessened a little. She said, "You never speak properly. You're so muddle-headed. I really don't understand how you got 8 ancestral technique fragments." Ling Huyang, who was behind her, was shocked beyond belief. Putting aside the fact that Su Yu was proficient in soul swapping, what was up with the ancestral technique of 8 souls? Chapter 30-39. He stared at Su Yu anxiously, unable to accept the fact that an outsider like Su Yu had obtained all the ancestral technique fragments of the Soul Saint clan. How could he do that? As for agreeing to let Su Yu comprehend the ancestral technique in the first place, that was based on the premise that Su Yu had no chance of comprehending any ancestral technique. But who would have thought that Su Yu would not only comprehend it, but he would also comprehend all of the ancestral techniques? His mind was in turmoil, so much so that he didn't even notice Su Yu's telepathic message asking him to switch back to his body. Su Yu furrowed his brows. He had no choice but to take a step forward. He was prepared to make physical contact and switch back to his original body. But who knew that Yang Feiying would pull him back and say, "Since the clansmen are here, then what are you waiting for? Go out and pretend to be courteous with them." Feeling helpless, Su Yu pointed at Huyang and asked, "What about him?" Yang Feiying took it for granted and said, "Of course I'm going to chase him away. I can't possibly keep him in my house, can I?" Su Yu obviously couldn't let Ling Huyang take his body away, so he said hurriedly, "Since he's already here, let him attend the gathering together with us." Yang Feiying was extremely suspicious. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two of them. "You two know each other? Or are you hiding something from me?" Only then did Ling Huyang finally come to his senses. He hastily said, No. Su Yu said casually, "It's fate that we met, so let's have some fun together." This inexplicable way of doing things was more in line with Ling Huyang's identity, and it dispelled much of Yang Feiying's suspicions. She stomped her feet. "Forget it. I don't care what's going on between you two." As he spoke, he opened his eyes and looked unkindly at the group of people who had mocked them and even bullied them in the past. "If you have anything to say it in the yard. It's crowded inside," Yang Feiying said lightly. Although the clansmen were embarrassed, they couldn't do anything. Ling Huyang wasn't the same as before. They couldn't bully him at will anymore. So, they had no choice but to find a place to sit down in the courtyard. Su Yu and Ling Huyang also came out of the house. Ling Hujie, Ling Huyun, and the others immediately stood up and congratulated him with smiles on their faces. "Congratulations, big brother, for grasping all of the ancestral techniques. Congratulations. Big brother is going to achieve great things." These words weren't false. He grasped all of the soul ancestral methods. Once he completely digested them, just how much would his strength increase? In particular, the strength of Big Brother's soul was much stronger than that of ordinary people. In this way, The power of the ancestral soul technique would multiply. As a result, Ling Hujie was persuaded by his parents to come over unwillingly to congratulate them in an attempt to mend their relationship. Su Yu revealed a faint smile and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." He really had nothing to talk about with this group of people. He just wanted to end this boring gathering as soon as possible. Everyone sat around the stone table. Su Yu waved his hand casually, and countless spiritual fruits appeared. He chatted with everyone while eating. "Thank you, everyone, for thinking so highly of me. I will continue to work hard in the future to bring glory to our Saint clan." He said these meaningless words, hoping that the gathering would end soon so that he could find a chance to change his body and leave the sacred soul tribe. They could all tell that Su Yu had no desire to chat with them. Ling Hujie poked Ling Huyun's shoulder and said, "This gathering was initiated by third brother. Why don't you say a few words?" Among them, only Ling Huyun and Ling Huyang had a decent relationship. Moreover, this gathering was indeed initiated by Ling Huyun himself. Ling Huyun smiled warmly and said, "Big brother, congratulations on obtaining all of the ancestral techniques. I believe that you will be qualified to train in the Heavenly Law prison soon." Oh! Su Yu finally heard something that interested him, and he said, "I heard that the Heavenly Law prison is very dangerous, isn't it?" Ling Huyun seemed to have a deep understanding of the Heavenly Law prison. He said, "There is no more danger now." Now! Su Yu understood what he was implying, and he asked, "Is it very dangerous right now?" Many juniors were curious about the Heavenly Law prison. Although it was in the Son of Heaven's cave, it wasn't too far away from the Soul Sacred clan. But they had never been there. He had only heard many legends about the Heavenly Law prison. Ling Huyun looked around at everyone and said, "Just listen to what I've said. Don't spread it out. I've only obtained this information from somewhere by chance." After pausing for a moment, Ling Huyun said with a grave expression, "More than 10 years ago, there was a rebellion in the Heavenly Law prison. Some of the prisoners imprisoned there actually managed to escape." What? Ling Hujie's face turned pale. Really? The prisoners imprisoned there are said to be extremely dangerous beings. Any one of them has the power to destroy the world, and their strength is no less than that of a great saint. Ling Huyun nodded affirmatively. It should be true. It is said that after the incident, all the guards inside were killed, and all the saint clans in the vicinity were wiped out overnight. In an emergency situation, Prince Xiaoyaro came in person to quell the chaos. He spoke in a systematic manner, causing everyone to believe him without a doubt. But why haven't we heard about it before? Ling Hujie furrowed his brows. The Soul Sacred clan wasn't far from the Heavenly Law prison. How could they not know about such a huge commotion? Ling Huyun pointed to the sky and said in a serious voice, "Of course it's the domain that Prince Xiaoyaro is best at, souls." After the great battle, he changed the memories of all the people nearby, so that they couldn't remember what had happened. He even made them think that the Soul Sacred clan, which was destroyed, didn't exist many years ago. The juniors sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, only the Xiaoyaro Son of Heaven could hide such a huge thing without anyone knowing. After all, he was the son of the Holy Mountain, who had unimaginable power. Even Yang Feiying listened attentively. She believed him without a doubt. What about in the Heavenly Law prison? What's the situation now? Su Yu asked. Ling Huyun said, "I heard that all the prisoners have been re-imprisoned. There is no more danger in there, as long as you don't touch those cages." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Law prison was a ticking time bomb. All the people imprisoned there were powerhouses that the world couldn't destroy. They couldn't be killed one by one, so they could only be imprisoned forever. Ling Huyun smiled and said, "Big brother, if you have the chance to go in, you must train well. I heard that there are many holy places for training in there." As soon as he said that, the juniors were envious. They had only heard about how dangerous the Heavenly Law prison was, but they had never heard of any holy places for training in there. Really? Why haven't I heard of any holy places for training? Ling Hujie questioned. Ling Huyun shared what he had learned generously. He said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of them, because these are secrets. Many people who enter the Heavenly Law prison don't know about them." Chapter 30-40. He looked around and said in a low voice, "You may not know this, but in some of the empty cages, there may be thousand-year-old giants who have been worn away by time. Although they are dead, their power has been preserved because of the special environment and has not dissipated. If you can absorb that power, imagine the improvement of your cultivation." The juniors were all tempted. Those were all extremely dangerous existences. Their cultivation was unparalleled. Even a little bit of it was enough for the juniors' cultivation to soar. Many of the juniors looked at Su Yu. "Big brother, if you go in, won't your strength increase again?" Ling Hujie was extremely jealous. Ling Huyang was already extremely powerful. If his strength increased again, wouldn't he be even more powerful? "Why can't we go in?" Ling Hujie asked. Ling Huyun shook his head. "We are too weak. If we go in, our minds will be easily affected by the majesty of the heavenly law. We might even turn into lunatics." So serious. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He could even become a lunatic. Isn't that too dangerous? "Among us, only Big Brother can go in. The rest of us will die," Ling Huyun said gravely. Everyone had complicated expressions. Ling Huyun comforted them. "But don't worry. When our cultivation increases, we can all go in." Everyone comforted themselves. With their identity and status, as long as there were no accidents, they would indeed have the opportunity to enter. As the juniors were chatting happily, Su Yu suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Yang Feiying, who was beside him, noticed his abnormality and asked, "What's wrong, husband?" Su Yu was puzzled. "Have you noticed that something seems to be shielding us from the surroundings?" In fact, when they came to congratulate him, Su Yu had already noticed it. It seemed like the gazes of the ancestors who were probing him were fainter and fainter. He had thought that the ancestors had let down their guard against him, but since then, they had stopped looking at him. Su Yu could not help but feel suspicious. No way. How could the ancestors trust Su Yu so much that they would give up on basic surveillance? Intuition told Su Yu that there must be something wrong. The rest of the juniors were stunned. "Big brother, you must have sensed it wrong. We are in the Soul Saint clan. How could anyone block us? Besides, the ancestors are all here. No one can do this under their noses." Su Yu stood up with a grave look on his face. He took out a communication device and casually sent a signal to the outside world. But in the end, the signal that was sent out was reflected back. Those juniors also sensed that something was wrong. They all took out their communication devices and sent messages to their relatives. However, without exception, none of the messages could be sent out. Who did it? A female junior walked up to the barrier and tried to figure out the range of the barrier. After walking 100 steps, just outside the house, he finally touched a layer of faintly discernible invisible barrier, and a layer of ripples spread out. "There really is an isolation barrier. We've been blocked by someone," the woman exclaimed. Everyone had a bad premonition. Why would someone suddenly set up a barrier in the sacred soul race? Leave the barrier first. Su Yu felt that something was amiss and reminded them. The woman nodded and hurriedly left the barrier. But just as he was about to leave, something strange happened. Outside the barrier, a blood-red ghostly hand pierced through the barrier without any warning and pierced through the woman's chest, crushing her heart. "Ah!" Everyone screamed and immediately called out, "10th sister, quickly leave your body." The woman recovered from her panic and immediately abandoned her body, her soul rushing out of it. However, before she could escape, the ghostly hand released a blood-red light. The blood-red light had an unparalleled lethality against soul power. Once it was released, the woman's soul was completely destroyed. 10th sister. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This scene reminded them of the time when the 9 Deaths giant demon broke into the sacred soul race and slaughtered many juniors of the race. Creak. The barrier shook violently, and an 8-foot-tall creature with wings on its back and 2 mouths but no eyes walked in with a sneer. Ling Huyun's pupils shrank and he gasped. The extinct ancient fierce race, the sky-devouring clan. In the early years of the 9-star civilization, there were many fierce races, but they became extinct over the years. The sky-devouring clan in front of them was one of them. However, Why did the sky-devouring clan still survive? Why did it suddenly come to the sacred soul race? Moreover, how could it avoid the ancestral patriarch's eyes and come here quietly? Countless questions lingered in everyone's minds. However, they didn't have time to wonder. Quick! Defend! Some of you break the barrier. As soon as the ancestral patriarchs notice, they will come immediately. Ling Hu Yun wasn't flustered in the face of danger. He took out his doctrine artifact and attacked the enemy. The rest of the younger generation reacted one after another, each displaying their own abilities to attack the enemy. Domains, Dao artifacts, talismans, and so on. They used all the trump cards they could use. However, it didn't have much effect. The blood-red sky-devouring clan member's body was so strong that it could be compared to a great saint. Their attacks landed on the sky-devouring clan member's body, but it was like scratching an itch. At the same time, some of them attacked the barrier, trying to break it. However, the barrier was unexpectedly strong, and they couldn't break it in a short time. The sky-devouring clan member laughed coldly. "Don't struggle. Just become my food. I've been hungry for a long time." Then, it turned into a beam of blood-red light and pounce. Seeing this, the juniors didn't have the will to fight anymore. They retreated frantically. This scene was similar to the 9 death giant demons' return in the past. It was the same sudden attack, the same incomparably cruel massacre, and the same defenseless escape. But this time, would they be able to escape? Among all of them, Su Yu was probably the calmest. He was still sitting at the stone table, and he didn't even put down the wine glass in his hand. Yang Feiying's soft body trembled. She pulled Su Yu's wrist and said, "Husband, husband, go." However, Su Yu was as steady as a mountain, and she couldn't move him. Su Yu looked at the sky-devouring clan member calmly and said, "You can kill anyone you want, but don't touch me and the 2 people next to me." In the face of crisis, he just wanted to protect himself and Yang Feiying. As for those people, as they had said, it was the ancestral patriarchs who saved them, not him. Since that was the case, why should he make a move? However, the sky-devouring clan member didn't listen to him at all. With a whistling sound, he pounced on Su Yu and the other 2 people. Su Yu didn't move. He simply raised his finger and tapped it lightly in the air. Roar! The tyrannical sky-devouring clan member suddenly let out a painful roar. Then, he lay on the ground and kept rolling. Updated at night. Chapter 3041. A soul fragment flew out of the sky-devouring clan member's forehead and floated in the air. What looked like a casual finger was actually an incomparably profound soul ancestral technique. Although it had not been fully cultivated, its power could not be underestimated. It was much stronger than an ordinary ancestral technique. Roaring, the sky-devouring clan member hurriedly retreated. His blood-red eyes stared at Su Yu in horror, not daring to act recklessly anymore. Its blood-red eyes turned to look at the rest of the clan members and then at Su Yu. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of stopping it, it roared and pounced on them. Ah! For a moment, the juniors screamed and begged for help. Ling Hu Yang, drive him away. Hurry up. How can you let the sky-devouring clan kill us? You have the ability to drive him away. Amidst the screams were the hoarse shouts and complaints of the juniors. It was as if Su Yu should have saved them. Su Yu's expression was cold. Even now, they still thought it was natural. Dogs can't stop eating **T. It was conceivable that if Su Yu saved them now, they would not be grateful. They would only think it was natural that Su Yu saved them. Just as Ling Hu Yang had risked being killed by the 9-death giant demon to fight for a chance of survival for his people. However, what he got was not gratitude. Instead, he was mercilessly trampled on and humiliated. As for the so-called life-saving grace, there was no such thing. It was the ancestor who saved them. Let the ancestor save you. My ability is limited. I can't save you. Su Yu raised his glass and took a sip. Ling Hu Yang, who was at the side, became anxious. Those were all his clansmen. No matter how wrong they were, he couldn't just let them die a miserable death. Your Excellency. Ling Hu Yang, please save them quickly, Ling Hu Yang begged. Those were the remaining juniors of the Sacred Souls clan. If anything were to happen to them, the Sacred Souls clan would be wiped out from the rest of their generation. Yang Feiying was also worried. When did her husband become so cold-blooded? How could he sit back and watch his people die? Suyu did not move. He said calmly, "All of you, sit down. Don't be soft-hearted." Why did Linghu Jie and the others dare to take advantage of him? Why did they dare to be ungrateful? Didn't they think Linghu Yang and his wife were kind? In this world, the easiest thing to be trampled on is kindness. If the person who had saved them had been a ruthless and ferocious person like Suyu, would they still have dared to be so heartless? They would only remember the kindness in their hearts. Since Suyu had taken over Linghu Yang's body, he decided to help him to the end and sort out his relationship with his clansmen. The accusations and complaints of his younger siblings gradually turned into pleading or silence. Among them, the women were the ones begging, while the men gritted their teeth and refused to utter a single word beg. It was as if doing so would lower her status and taste, and she would lower her head to Linghu Yang. However, they were also deeply anticipating and instigating their sisters to open their mouths and cry for help so that Suyu could come and save them. However, it was a pity that Suyu was still indifferent and had no intention of attacking. Linghu Yun and Linghu Jie looked at each other and asked worriedly, "Hey, Linghu Yang can't possibly be planning to watch with folded arms, right?" Linghu Jie stared at Suyu's back as if he could see through him. He then shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I won't. I don't know what kind of person he is. He's just trying to scare us so that we'll lower our heads and admit our mistakes." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a woman let out a shrill scream. The sky-devouring clan had pounced on another woman and bitten off her head. All of a sudden, blood splattered all over the faces of the other clansmen, causing them to scream continuously. However, Suyu still had no intention of attacking. He just watched silently. Linghu Jie's face turned pale, and he looked at Suyu in disbelief. He's really not attacking? This time, Linghu Jie was really panicking. At that moment, a second woman's scream rang out. Linghu Jie was completely flustered, and he shouted for help, "Big brother, please save me, please save us." Linghu Yun also hurriedly pleaded, "Big brother, please save us once for the sake of our brothers. Don't let our younger sisters continue to get hurt." The rest of the people begged one after another, their words extremely sincere. Only then did Suyu finally turn around and say calmly, "I can save you, but I want to know first who saved you in your hearts. Is it me, or is it the old ancestor in your hearts?" "It's you, big brother. I will always remember your life-saving grace. I was wrong, big brother, please save me, I won't dare to do it again." After listening to them, Suyu said calmly, "Remember what you said. All of you owe me your lives." After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The sky-devouring clan member, who was eating people, screamed and rolled on the ground. His soul fluorescence was constantly drifting out of his body. Seeing that it was impossible to save him, he struggled to escape from the barrier and disappeared without a trace. Suyu didn't chase after him. He didn't even look at the sky-devouring clan member. He went to the two victims. He extracted a trace of soul energy from each of them, which had not yet dissipated. Then, his left and right hands turned into a piece of jade light. In the blink of an eye, the trace of soul energy was copied into a complete soul. The two women, who had clearly been destroyed in both body and soul, appeared with their souls intact. This godly mastery of the soul caused them to gasp in amazement. Linghu Yun was even more shocked. Is this the lost unique skill of our ancestors, soul duplication? Suyu looked at him and nodded slightly. Sort of. As he said that, Suyu grabbed the bodies of the two and repaired them with the power of the heavenly law. Then, he inserted their souls into them. Just like that, the two of them were resurrected. Suyu looked at the women who had been destroyed in front of the barrier and shook his head. Unfortunately, they can't be saved. Their souls had long been destroyed by the bloodlight of the sky-devouring clan. It was impossible to duplicate them again. Therefore, the juniors were completely relieved and sat down with lingering fear. "Break the barrier and ask the ancestors for help as soon as possible," Linghu Jie said cautiously. Without the protection of the ancestors, he couldn't feel at ease. What if the sky-devouring clan member came back again? Would he have to beg Suyu again then? The feeling of bowing to Ling Huyang and begging for mercy was too uncomfortable. Everyone agreed and joined forces to attack the barrier from a distance. This time, without the pursuit of the sky-devouring clan, they could work together peacefully. The effect was much more obvious. After a few attacks, a crack appeared on the barrier. Ling Hujie was surprised. The barrier was much weaker than he had imagined. Why couldn't they even shake it when so many people joined forces just now? Crack. Then, more and more cracks appeared. It didn't take much effort at all before the barrier was completely broken. Although Ling Hujie didn't understand, it was a good thing that the barrier was broken. Chapter 3042. Crash. As the barrier shattered, they found that the seventh ancestor was already outside the barrier, trying his best to shatter it. Ling Hujie suddenly realized that it was the seventh ancestor. No wonder the barrier had shattered so easily when they attacked from the inside. Ling Hujie was completely relieved to see the seventh ancestor. He said, "Thank you for saving us, ancestor. If you hadn't come in time, we would all have died." In his mind, it was the ancestor who had saved him, not Ling Huyang. The seventh ancestor was startled. "I didn't save you. What happened inside? I thought it was a barrier that you formed during your gathering." It turned out that the seventh ancestor had no idea what had happened inside. However, Ling Hujie still insisted. "Seventh ancestor, it was because of your arrival that the sky-devouring clan retreated. Otherwise, we would all be in danger." He had repeatedly thanked the seventh ancestor because he wanted to get rid of Ling Huyang's life-saving grace. Yes, he did not want to admit that he owed Suyu his life. The rest of the juniors were silent for a while, then cupped their fists to Suyu. "We will remember your life-saving grace. If you need our help in the future, please let us know." They could not be thick-skinned enough to deny that they had begged Suyu to save them. In contrast, Ling Hujie's effort to thank the seventh ancestor, who had not even helped them, seemed extremely ridiculous. Ling Hujie also felt uncomfortable. He said to the crowd, "All of you, come here and thank the seventh ancestor. It was the seventh ancestor who saved us." Yang Feiying saw this and finally understood the reason why her husband had not helped them. There would always be some people who enjoyed their help with peace of mind, but at the same time looked down on those who had helped them. "Ling Hujie, you were one of the people who begged my husband to help, weren't you?" Yang Feiying said coldly. Ling Hujie said disapprovingly, "Even without your husband, the sky-devouring clan would have sensed the seventh ancestor's arrival and fled in panic. I didn't need his help at all." "Shameless," Yang Feiying said through gritted teeth. She did not care whether Ling Hujie was grateful or not, but the way he denied her husband's help was really irritating. When there was danger, he wagged his tail and begged like a dog, but when there was safety, he was fierce. Hee. Ling Hujie let out a strange cackle, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yang Feiying's round chest, causing her to quickly cover her chest. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. Now that they were safe, Ling Hujie could do whatever he wanted. No one could do anything to him. Ling Hujie liked to see Yang Feiying hate him but couldn't do anything to him. It was just like how she didn't dare to say anything when he almost took her. "Haha, big brother, next time before you save someone, you have to make sure to record it properly. Otherwise, I won't recognize it," Ling Hujie said proudly. He could imagine that Ling Huyang must be bursting with anger right now, right? It wasn't easy for him to save his second brother, but the other party refused to admit it. However, Suyu's expression was extremely calm, and a white light flickered in his eyes. "As you wish." A pale expression flashed across his eyes. Everyone felt a piercing pain all over their bodies, and then their eyes became relaxed, as if something covering their eyes had been removed. When they looked at their surroundings, they all gathered together in panic. They were shocked to find that the so-called seventh ancestor and the so-called outside world had all disappeared. What came into sight was the barrier. They didn't break the barrier at all, and they didn't see the seventh ancestor. Everything was an illusion cast by Ling Huyang, which made them think that they had left the barrier. Yang Feiying was stunned for a while before she finally understood what her husband meant. He was deliberately creating a false impression that they had escaped. He wanted to see who would immediately turn against him, and who still had a little conscience. As it turned out, Ling Hujie was shameless and shameless. Ling Hujie was stunned, and then he was burning with anger. Ling Huyang, what do you mean? Do you think you can toy with us just because you have mastered the ancestral soul technique? He didn't like the feeling of being toyed with like this. He really didn't like it. Su Yu said calmly, I think you should worry about your own safety first. As if in response to Su Yu's words, the barrier not far from Ling Hujie fluctuated again. It was the sky-devouring clan that had returned. No, it wasn't the one just now. It was another one. Ling Hujie was right next to the barrier, and he was defenseless. The result was obvious. The sky-devouring clan reached out its ghostly claws, grabbed Ling Hujie, and dragged him out. In an instant, Ling Hujie was so scared that his face turned pale. He screamed in horror, "Help me, everyone, help me!" But they couldn't even protect themselves, so who would dare to save Ling Hujie? Everyone was indifferent. At that moment, half of Ling Hujie's body had been pulled out of the barrier. His face was full of unprecedented fear, and he shouted in horror, "Big brother, help me, I was really wrong, please help me." This time, Ling Hujie was really asking for help. But would he go back to his old ways after he was safe? The answer was yes. The scene just now had explained everything. Su Yu sat down calmly, and said calmly, "Beg the ancestors. Maybe they can scare the sky-devouring clan away." After saying that, he raised his cup and drank, turning a deaf ear to Ling Hujie's cry for help. No matter how much Ling Hujie struggled, begged for help, and admitted his mistakes, Su Yu was indifferent. Even the soft-hearted Yang Feiying closed her eyes, showing no intention of interceding. Ah! Suddenly, Ling Hujie let out a blood-curdling screech. The half of his body stopped struggling and fell from the barrier. But there was no life in his eyes, and they were pale. Only then did people realize that Ling Hujie only had half of his body left. The other half had been eaten by the sky-devouring clan. Su Yu was expressionless, and he said, "Surround me and wait for the ancestors to come and save you." He had seen the barrier long ago, and it was not something they could open unless Su Yu used a sharp weapon like the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations. But he didn't want to expose such a great weapon in front of the Soul Saint clan. As long as they gathered together like this, with Su Yu's soul attainments, no one could hurt them. Then, they just had to wait for the ancestors to come. But some people were unwilling. "Big brother, is this really okay?" Ling Huyun expressed his concern. "The sky-devouring clan in front of us is completely different from the one just now. What if several of them appear at the same time?" His words were reasonable, and they immediately caused panic among the people. One of them said, "We'd better find a way to open the barrier and inform the ancestors as soon as possible." Su Yu said calmly, "Are you sure it will be the ancestors who appear after opening the barrier, and not something else?" Everyone was confused, and they didn't understand what Su Yu meant. Outside the barrier was, of course, the Soul Saint clan's mansion. As soon as they appeared, they could inform the people that they were in danger, and the ancestors would notice their abnormality and rush over immediately. Chapter 3043. Ling Huyun looked anxious as he said, "Big brother, let me go first. We can't just sit here and wait for death." He volunteered to attack the barrier. An ancient saint-level power of the heavenly law master swirled in his palm, and he slammed it hard on the barrier. All of a sudden, the barrier rippled, showing signs of breaking. Seeing this, the rest of the people gathered their courage and prepared to help Ling Huyun open the barrier. However, just as they were about to take action, Su Yu suddenly drew a line with his finger. A vague remnant of the ancestral soul technique flew over and imprinted itself on Ling Huyun's back. Sizzle. In an instant, a large amount of green smoke rose from Ling Huyun's body. He rolled on the ground in pain, extinguishing the smoke on his back. He turned his head and said in shock, "Big brother? Why did you attack me?" His sisters were also dumbfounded. They had never expected this. They had a very harmonious relationship, and Ling Huyun had spoken up for Ling Huyang many times when he was in trouble. Ling Huyun was seeking a way out for everyone, but Su Yu attacked him from behind and injured him on purpose. Wasn't this too much? Even Su Yu could not stand it anymore. He pressed down on Su Yu's shoulder and yelled, "Are you crazy?" Yang Feiying covered her mouth in shock. She could not believe that her husband would hurt Ling Hu Yun. Ling Hu Yun had helped them so much over the years. How could he hurt him? Su Yu's eyes were deep, like two cold, clear springs in the abyss. "Ling Hu Yun, there's something I've always wanted to ask you," Su Yu said calmly. Ling Hu Yun, who was healing his injured body with his strength, said unhappily, "Ask away." "I won't tell the ancestors about what happened today." Su Yu stood up slowly and said, "I want to ask, have you lived in peace all these years?" "Hey!" Ling Hu Yun frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Yu stared at him and said calmly, "I mean, after killing so many people, why did you act as if nothing happened?" "What?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Feiying tugged at his sleeves and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? What's the relationship between the 9 death giant demons and Ling Hu Yun?" She thought that Ling Hu Yang was confused again. Su Yu shook her off and said expressionlessly, "Initially, I didn't want to meddle in your business, but since you have attacked me again and again, I can't forgive you." Not only were the others confused, but Ling Hu Yun was also confused. "Big brother, what are you talking about? Do you need me to be more explicit?" In the past, during the 9 Deaths Giant Demons massacre, countless juniors were killed, and I was severely injured, while my talent was crippled. It was all thanks to you. Su Yu's gaze was sharp. Ling Hu Yun was taken aback for a good while. Then, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Big brother, are you saying that I am the main culprit who harmed you? This guess is really too ridiculous." Many of the younger sisters were of the same opinion. No matter what, it was unlikely that it was Ling Hu Yun. Su Yu replied calmly, "Is it ridiculous?" "Not at all." He gently waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of him. On it were the names of the current generation's juniors. "This is everyone's talent ranking from 10 years ago," Su Yu said. At that time, the Soul Sacred Tribe had more than 20 juniors. According to the ranking of their talents, Ling Hu Yang was at the top, followed by Ling Hu Jie, and then many younger brothers and sisters. As for Ling Hu Jie's name, it was ranked last. Take a look at the current ranking. Su Yu waved his hand again. Half of the younger brothers and sisters who were at the top of the list were gone, leaving only 10. Ling Hu Jie's name jumped from the last to the second place, right after Ling Hu Jie. Only one person benefited from the massacre. Su Yu juxtaposed the two pictures together. As he compared them, a name with a huge difference came into view. That person was Ling Hu Yun. Everything in the world had its own traces. The 9 Deaths Giant Demon, who had appeared out of nowhere, had killed many of his peers and severely injured Ling Hu Yang. Now, right under the eyes of the ancestors, the sky-devouring clan had suddenly appeared and tried to kill them. There weren't many coincidences in the world. Back then, the 9 Deaths Giant Demon's sudden appearance might have been due to the carelessness of the ancestors. But today, under the watchful eyes of the ancestors, someone was able to conceal the house and coincidentally appear at the sky-devouring clan. Was this still a coincidence? No, it was just that one of them could control these ferocious people. Ling Hu Yun shook his head in self-mockery. "I didn't expect you to suspect me. I've always respected you." Su Yu mercilessly exposed his disguise. "Because you respected me, you only allowed the 9 Deaths Giant Demon to cripple me, but didn't kill me." He had always wondered why the 9 Deaths Giant Demon could kill a group of juniors so easily. When he faced Ling Hu Yang, he couldn't even kill him with one strike. There was only one answer. The 9 Deaths Giant Demon had been merciful. Someone who didn't want Ling Hu Yang to die had secretly manipulated the 9 Deaths Giant Demon. "Big brother, these are all baseless guesses of yours." Ling Hu Yun's face was full of sincerity. "Please don't trample on my respect for you like this, okay?" "Okay." Su Yu rubbed his eyes with his palm. A pale color swept across the surroundings, causing everyone's eyes to turn pale. This was the secret technique of his transparent eye that he shared with everyone present, so that they could temporarily have the ability to scan the whole place. As a result, the moment the transparent eye was activated, it caused a commotion. All of the people near the barrier ran to the center in fear, then gathered around Su Yu. In their eyes, there were hundreds of sky-devouring clan members crowding outside the barrier. They were scrambling to get into the barrier. However, because of the barrier's two-sided isolation, they couldn't break in. Suyu said, every time the barrier is attacked from the inside, a sky-devouring clan member will run in. The sky-devouring clan had invaded twice because someone had touched the barrier and attracted a sky-devouring clan member inside. The first time, it was the woman who had been careless and attacked the barrier without permission. The second time, it was Ling Hu Yun who had secretly touched the barrier, attracting the sky-devouring clan member inside and capturing Ling Hu Jie. I want to know, Ling Hu Yun, why did you insist on breaking the barrier without waiting for the ancestors to come to the rescue? Suyu asked, getting to the point. Ling Hu Yun's expression stiffened a little, and he said, I didn't know there were so many sky-devouring clan members outside. I only did it for the sake of everyone. Suyu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then. He slapped his palm across the air towards Ling Hu Yun, who tilted his head slightly and dodged it. The remaining power of the palm fell on the barrier and set off a wave of ripples. As expected, after the ripples appeared, a sky-devouring clan member took the opportunity to sneak in. It appeared behind Ling Hu Yun but didn't attack him. Instead, it passed him and directly attacked Suyu and the others. Suyu raised his finger and pointed it casually, causing the soul of the sky-devouring clan member to crack, and he lay on the ground in agony. He looked at Ling Hu Yun's increasingly stiff face and said calmly, Do you have anything else to say? The sky-devouring clan ignored him and didn't hurt him at all, which was enough to explain everything. Updated at night. Chapter 3044. The clansman behind him gasped in shock. Even a fool would understand that Ling Hu Yun was the mastermind behind all of this. Ling Hu Yun's face froze for a long time. His voice became gloomy, and his usually calm eyes became extremely fierce. There was a deep sharpness in his fierce eyes. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you with a single palm strike. Ling Hu Yun's tone was full of regret and viciousness. Suyu shook his head with a cold smile. Don't make yourself out to be so kind. You spared my life only to conceal your sudden rise and reduce the ancestors' suspicions of you. If even Ling Hu Yang had died, who would have been the most conspicuous person in the future? Ling Hu Yun, of course. At that time, the ancestors would inevitably pay attention to Ling Hu Yun and become suspicious of him. However, if Ling Hu Yang were still alive, the ancestors would have more hope in him and would not pay so much attention to Ling Hu Yun. This was also why no one had suspected Ling Hu Yun until now. No one had even realized that Ling Hu Yun was the only person who had benefited from the tragedy. Therefore, he had not been merciful at all. He had deliberately injured Ling Hu Yang until he became a cripple. His scheming was far more profound than his peers. Haha. Ling Hu Yun looked straight at Suyu. Ling Hu Yang, I really admire you. It turns out that you have understood everything that happened back then. However, you have been playing the fool all these years and deceiving me. It was only recently that you suddenly erupted with a powerful soul that has been cultivated for a long time, and you have cultivated all the ancestral soul techniques in one go. Ling Hu Yun felt a sense of defeat. To be honest, I admire you so much. Upon hearing this, the Real Ling Hu Yang blushed. He really did not know anything. It was Suyu who had seen through everything. That's right. It was me. Ling Hu Yun's face was filled with a morbid, cruel air. As a fellow member of the Sacred Soul Clan, why should I be bullied by you? I swore a long time ago that I would crush each and every one of you to death and make you pay for what you did back then. Suyu was silent. From Ling Hu Yang's experience, Suyu could understand that Ling Hu Yun's soul and body had been damaged. Especially when the damage had occurred in his childhood, it had caused a huge distortion in his soul, which had led to Ling Hu Yun's morbid character. Especially you, Ling Hu Yang. Ling Hu Yun roared in accusation. Suyu raised his brows and sneered coldly. Are you saying that I, who took care of you the most, has become the person you hate the most? He had thought that the person he hated the most would be Ling Hu Jie, who bullied him the most. He didn't expect it to be Ling Hu Yang. It was really unexpected. Take care of. Ling Hu Yun faced the sky and laughed heartily. Every time you take care of me, it's like a thorn stabbing into my heart. You are so dazzling, and I am so lowly. Every time you get close to me, I feel as if my heart is being cut by a knife. Yet, I have to face you with a smile, as if I am being taken care of. Do you know how much pain I feel in my heart? Su Yu was expressionless, and the sympathy he had for him gradually dissipated. A person who couldn't even tell good from bad was no longer pitiful, but detestable. However, the thing that grieves my heart the most is that you've taken away the woman I love the most. Did you know that? Ling Huyun stared at Yang Feiying. Back then, I was the first to get to know Yang Feiying. However, because of your outstanding talents and because you were the most valued, I stole her away from you. Both Yang Feiying and Ling Huyang were shocked. Yang Feiying had indeed known Ling Huyun for a long time. However, they had only met through a few martial arts exchanges. They had never contacted each other in private, and they couldn't even be considered friends. How could he steal her away from her? What shocked Ling Huyang the most was that Ling Huyun had always been thinking about his wife. Su Yu suddenly realized why Ling Huyun had stepped forward to stop Ling Hujie when he had insulted Yang Feiying in the ancestral hall. It turned out that he really had unspeakable feelings for Yang Feiying. At that time, Ling Hujie had said that Ling Huyun also coveted Yang Feiying. Everyone had thought that it was just Ling Hujie's malicious slander. Who knew that it was actually true? Ling Huyang, wouldn't it have been better if you had continued to be a piece of trash? Ling Huyun said painfully. Give me time, let me grow up slowly, replace you, and then you die. Wouldn't that have been better? At that time, not only would he be able to become the most dazzling junior in the clan without arousing suspicion, but he would also have a legitimate reason to pursue Yang Feiying after Ling Huyang's death. But why did your talent suddenly return? Why? Ling Huyun roared hysterically. His face was twisted and morbid. It was because of this discovery that Ling Huyun finally took the risk to get rid of Su Yu once again. The real target of the Sky-Devouring clan's attack this time was actually Su Yu. As for the woman who had been sacrificed, Ling Huyun had deliberately killed her and dragged her to be buried with him in order to mislead the public. Even without me, do you really think you could have become the most dazzling among the juniors? Su Yu's eyes were cold. Have you ever thought about why the fish suddenly left the hook when you were fishing for the third fish? It's because I sensed the evil hidden in your heart and discovered your disloyalty and threat to the Soul Saint clan. That's why I rejected you, Su Yu said. No matter how many times you try in the future, you won't be able to obtain more soul ancestral techniques. Regardless of whether Ling Huyang had risen or not, Ling Huyun's plan would fail. No, it's not like that. Without you, I would have become the most powerful person in the Soul Saint clan. Ling Huyun would never admit this. He stared at Su Yu and said, since you and the others already know, there's no need for me to keep you alive anymore. As he spoke, he bent his fingers and tapped on the barrier. Suddenly, several ripples appeared one after another, and a group of Sky-Devouring clan members took advantage of the situation to sneak in. Ling Huyun stood among the group of Sky-Devouring clan members and smiled eerily. Back then, a group of fugitives escaped from the Heavenly Law prison, but they were all sealed by Emperor Xiaoyao's great power. One of the sealing pearls, which contained more than 100 fugitives, fell outside and was picked up by me. It was because of them that I became who I am today. He looked at them surrounded by the Sky-Devouring clan members with a hideous smile and said, kill all of you, and I can still roam the world with these murderers. No wonder there were Sky-Devouring clan members who were extinct in the outside world. It turned out that they all came from the Heavenly Law prison. Looking at Yang Feiying in the crowd, Ling Huyun reached out his hand. Ying come with me. I will give you the best things in the world. Yang Feiying looked at Ling Huyun, who seemed like a completely different person. In her heart, the second brother who treated her and her husband well and often helped them had vanished into thin air. What replaced him was an extremely vicious and morbid Ling Huyun. Chapter 3045. Ling Huyun said ferociously, fine, then you can accompany them to the grave. Kill them. As soon as he gave the order, all the Sky-Devouring clan members rushed over. Su Yu sighed silently. It seemed that he had to expose the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. He touched the space storage device with his finger and was about to take action. Suddenly, the barrier exploded. The sky-devouring clan members outside were all turned into pools of blood. The sky-devouring clan members who were rushing over seemed to feel some kind of danger. They turned around and stared at the outside world without blinking. Ling Hu-yun's heart skipped a beat. He had a very bad feeling. Turning his head to look, he saw a slender and elegant young lady standing outside the barrier without him noticing. She was wearing a light blue dress and had a beautiful face. She stood there like a shy lotus flower, full of youth and vitality. No one knew when she appeared. The only thing they knew was that she was standing there with an irresistible pressure. "Who are you?" Ling Hu-yun frowned. Not only him, but the rest of the clan members were also confused. They did not remember that there was such a young person in the Soul Saint clan. Swoosh, swoosh. Beside the young girl, 6 figures appeared one after another. They were the 6 ancestors. However, they did not care about the situation at all. Instead, they cupped their fists at the young girl. "First ancestor, why are you here?" "What?" Everyone present gasped. The young girl in front of them was the legendary first ancestor. Not to mention the junior in front of them, no one except the other 6 ancestors knew who she was. The first ancestor had never appeared since she built the ancient well. No one would have thought that the mysterious first ancestor would be a young girl. The young girl raised her eyes and glanced at the other sky-devouring clan members. With a puff, they immediately turned into a mass of blood mist. Su Yu's pupils shrank when he saw this. The sky-devouring clan members were all great saints. How powerful was she to kill them with a single glance? 10,000 saints. Only the 10,000 saints level. The Soul Saint clan had reached the qualifications of the Heavenly clan. However, this ancestor was very low-key and did not go to the Stone Man Palace to be tested. Su Yu was secretly surprised. The 9-star civilization really hid its strength. First, there was the Heavenly Law Alliance, whose strength surpassed the great clans, and then there was the hidden Heavenly clan. Those superficial rankings couldn't be counted at all. The young girl slowly said, "The 6 of you are far too disappointing. The main culprit is in the clan, yet none of you discovered it." The 6 ancestral patriarchs lowered their heads in shame. The girl gently crooked her finger, and a multicolored bead suddenly flew out of Ling Hu-yun's bosom and fell into the girl's hand. Startled, Ling Hu-yun subconsciously reached out to grab it. However, as soon as the young woman looked up, Ling Hu-yun's entire body went stiff, unable to move. "He will be dealt with according to the rules of the clan." The young girl accepted the sealing sphere and said indifferently. The 6 ancestral patriarchs looked at Ling Hu-yun with murderous intent in their eyes. The culprit who massacred more than half of the younger generation had actually been hiding right under their noses. It had to be said that he was too good at disguising himself, so no one noticed. "Evil creature." The 7th forefather made a grabbing motion and pulled Ling Hu-yun over to him. With a swipe of his claw, he pulled 2 fragments out of Ling Hu-yun's head. Those were all soul ancestral skill fragments. According to the rules of the Soul Saint race, those who betray the clan will have their ancestral soul techniques destroyed. The 7th forefather said coldly. With another swipe of his claw, he pulled out a dark red bloodline power from Ling Hu-yun's body. According to the 2nd rule, those who betray the clan will have their bloodlines destroyed. According to the 3rd rule, the cultivation base will be destroyed. According to the 4th rule, the flesh body will be destroyed. According to the 5th rule, the soul will be destroyed. Ling Hu-yun was frozen in place the entire time, unable to even make a sound. It was only in the final moment, when his soul was destroyed, that he finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, he disappeared from the world. Having everything obliterated was a punishment worse than death. "All of you, come with me." The 1st forefather glanced at the other ancestral patriarchs, then turned and disappeared. The other 6 ancestral patriarchs immediately followed him to a secret chamber. The young woman took out the sealing sphere and wiped it with her palm. The crystal sphere became transparent, and one could vaguely see that there were quite a few criminals imprisoned inside. "The sacred mountain's Son of Heaven has not given up on destroying the Soul Saint race," the young woman said calmly. The 6 ancestral patriarchs were silent. At their level, they already knew many of the secrets of the world. They even understood why the Soul Saint race was like a curse, with its members becoming fewer and fewer with each generation. These were all the masterpieces of the sacred mountain's Son of Heaven. Countless eras ago, the destruction of the Soul Saint race's ancestral technique was the doing of the sacred mountain's Son of Heaven. After that, the Soul Saint race declined day by day. The young girl said, "The Xiaoyaro Son of Heaven intentionally left this sealed orb behind and let Linghu Yun pick it up. How could such an important sealing sphere be left behind so easily? Moreover, it was coincidentally picked up by a junior of the Soul Saint race. Moreover, it was picked up by Linghu Yun, who had psychological problems. All the seemingly coincidental things in the world were actually deliberate plans. One move by Son of Heaven Xiaoyaro had reduced the future members of the Soul Saint race by half. I'm worried that Son of Heaven Xiaoyaro still has something up his sleeve in the Heavenly Law prison. I'll go in and check it out myself soon," the young woman said calmly. "Look after the family while I'm away." Yes, first ancestor. Speaking of Su Yu, the appearance of the first ancestor made Su Yu feel threatened. The other 6 ancestors had already put a lot of pressure on him. What would happen if another first ancestor appeared? He patted Su Yu's shoulder and immediately swapped their souls back into his own body. "Linghu Yang, take care," Su Yu said. Linghu Yang looked deeply at Su Yu, his eyes filled with deep gratitude. Su Yu had not only saved him, but he had also saved Yang Feiying and all the juniors of the race. He had even exposed Linghu Yun's hypocrisy. Linghu Yang had no way to repay such a great kindness. "Brother Su, this gift is for you." Linghu Yang took out a small brocade box and stuffed it into Su Yu's hands. Su Yu smiled. "I also have a gift for you. Savor it when you go back." His words stunned Linghu Yang. "What gift?" "Farewell." Su Yu looked at the few ancestors who had yet to return and immediately took his leave. Linghu Yang walked him all the way to the gate. Yang Feiying accompanied him throughout the city. She looked at Su Yu's receding figure and suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. "Have I seen him somewhere before?" Yang Feiying murmured. Linghu Yang's gaze was deep as he said, "Yes, in both of our lives." Yang Feiying looked at him strangely. "My husband, why do I feel like there's some unspeakable relationship between the two of you?" Chapter 3046. Without waiting for Yang Feiying to ask, Linghu Yang put his arm around her waist and said with a confident smile, "From now on, let's live a good life." Although his body was still weak and his talent was no longer, no, worse. This was because he had given Su Yu one of his most precious things as a gift. "Don't mess around. Your body is weak." Yang Feiying held his arm instead. Only then did Linghu Yang realize that his body had become much stronger. He examined his body in disbelief and was shocked to find that the obscure power left in his body by the 9 Deaths giant demon had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, there was a powerful life domain in his body that was constantly reshaping his body. Most importantly, that life domain was different from ordinary life domains. There seemed to be a power that surpassed everything mixed in it. What surprised Linghu Yang even more was that there was a cold memory left in his body that pierced into the depths of his soul. He covered his head and screamed. But what followed was shock and ecstasy. That memory was none other than Su Yu's understanding and comprehension of the 8 fragments of the ancestral soul technique. It was more useful than giving him the 8 fragments of the ancestral soul technique. Otherwise, with his level of comprehension, even if he was given the fragments of the ancestral soul technique, he would not be able to comprehend them. Linghu Yang suddenly understood what Su Yu meant when he said that he had left a gift for him. The body that had been modified by Su Yu and the comprehension of the ancestral soul technique were what Su Yu had left him. But Linghu Yang understood that the most important thing left for him was hope for the future. At this moment, Linghu Yang suddenly felt that swapping bodies with Su Yu was a turning point in his life. Back to Su Yu. After leaving the Sacred Souls tribe, Su Yu did not meet up with Bai Shui and Sheng Ji immediately for safety reasons. He did not want the Sacred Souls tribe to find trouble with him and implicate the 2 women. He went to a safe place far away from the Sacred Souls tribe and opened the brocade box that Linghu Yang had given him. When he opened it, he could not help but be stunned. It was a piece of memory fragment. "These are," He absorbed the memory fragment. As a result, a memory that surprised Su Yu appeared in his mind. It turned out to be the comprehension of the ancestral soul technique that Ling Hu Yang had obtained. When he was fishing, Ling Hu Yang's body had caught one, but that one could not be caught again. Su Yu would forever be missing the ancestral technique fragment. He had never expected that Ling Hu Yang would give it to Su Yu as a gift. He immediately digested those insights and fused them with the 8 ancestral soul technique fragments he had obtained. With a thought, Su Yu's finger streaked across the sky, and a complete golden trajectory flashed across the sky. Success. He had completely learned the ancestral art of the soul saint race. Pa pa pa, continuous applause sounded out, and a light voice sounded out, "Congratulations, you've learned our soul sacred race's ancestral art." Su Yu subconsciously replied modestly, "You flatter me." Random's heart skipped a beat, and he looked over with difficulty. There was a young girl sitting on a branch of a willow tree not far away, and she was clapping for Su Yu. However, Su Yu wasn't happy at all. In fact, he felt his scalp go numb. After all, that girl was none other than the first progenitor of the Sacred Soul tribe. It was rumored that the most ancient ancestor of the Sacred Soul race had lived for more than a dozen eras. Su Yu quickly regained his composure. Since he had been discovered, he didn't intend to hide it. He said, "You discovered that I had swapped souls with Ling Hu Yang right from the beginning, didn't you?" The young girl put down her hands and jumped down from the branch. She said calmly, "I was the one who created the soul swap. Tell me, did I discover it?" Su Yu smiled bitterly. The strong men of the All Saints were more terrifying than he had imagined. "If that's the case, why didn't you expose me earlier?" Su Yu asked. The young girl put her fair hands behind her back. "You saved the junior of the Sacred Soul tribe. I couldn't kill you right away." Su Yu took a step back, his eyes solemn. "But you didn't intend to let me go either, did you?" If she had intended to let Su Yu go, she would have pretended not to know anything and simply left. "Correct answer," the young girl said calmly. "You stole the ancestral art of the Sacred Soul tribe. There's no reason for you to live in this world." Su Yu's heart sank. The situation was worse than he had expected. Of all the people who had discovered it, it had to be the strongest ancestor of the Sacred Soul tribe. Now, he might not be able to escape even if he wanted to. "But don't forget the favor of saving my life," the young girl said. "You saved 8 juniors of the Sacred Soul tribe, so I'll give you 1 more day to live. So, from now on, you have 8 days to live. After 8 days, I'll take your life," the young girl said calmly. Su Yu said, "Is the life of your juniors only worth 1 day?" The young girl shook her head. "Don't bargain with me. If the people who dealt with this matter were the other ancestors, you would be dead now. They wouldn't give you any more time." Su Yu clenched his teeth. 8 days. 8 days was not long, but it was not short either. How difficult would it be to escape the pursuit of a strong man of the All Saints? However, Su Yu had his own principles. He would not give up easily until the last moment. Swoosh. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and immediately displayed the space domain. He chose a random direction and sped away. After using the space domain 10 times in a row, he instantly arrived at an unfamiliar mangrove forest. He could no longer sense the young girl's aura. He believed that he had successfully shaken her off. However, he suddenly heard the sweet voice of the young girl. "Why did you stop? Keep running." His face stiffened as he looked sideways. The young girl was squatting 30 feet behind him, holding a small stick in her hand. She was hitting the water in the stream, splashing waves. "Can't I get rid of her even with this?" Su Yu's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he took out the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, imbued it with chaotic energy, and chopped at her head. However, the young girl did not even raise her head. She merely lifted her fingers and easily blocked the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations with those seemingly soft fingers. She said calmly, "You'd better hurry up and run. Don't waste your time on meaningless things." While she was still speaking, Su Yu had already drawn out the Absolute Heaven Sword, activated its full power, and fiercely chopped at her. The young girl finally looked sideways, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, she did not move at all. With a gentle flick of her finger, she deflected the absolute heaven sword. Is this the sword made by Prince Xiaoyao? Not only was the young girl not afraid, but she even recognized the origin of the sword. She looked at Su Yu with a hint of coldness in her eyes. No wonder you came to the Soul Saint clan to steal the ancestral technique. So that's why. Obviously, she had connected the chaotic energy and the absolute heaven sword on Su Yu's body to Prince Xiaoyao. Chapter 3047. Su Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. He did have a deep relationship with Prince Xiaoyao. However, it was a life-and-death relationship. If I told you that I have a life-and-death feud with Prince Xiaoyao, would you believe it? Su Yu asked. The girl shook her feet and said lightly, would you believe it yourself? Holding a sword made by Prince Xiaoyao, possessing the chaotic energy of the Holy Mountain Prince, coming to the Soul Saint clan to steal the ancestral technique, and asking her whether she believed it or not. Su Yu shook his head. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. The girl stroked her hair, looked at the sky, and said, 8 days, not a minute or a second more. What she meant was that Su Yu should cherish his remaining 8 days of life. Su Yu smiled lightly, stood still, and closed his eyes. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind as he thought about all the possibilities. What could he do in 8 days? In Su Yu's memory, there was only one existence that could threaten the young lady and stop her. There was a terrifying skeleton with incalculable power in the pit beside the Mingjian divine clan. However, it was too far away, and it would take at least half a year to get there. Time. Too little time was a fatal problem. Suddenly, Su Yu realized something. If there was anything that could threaten the girl, there was only one, the Heavenly Law Prison. There were many dangerous and tyrannical beings imprisoned there, some of which could pose a considerable threat to the girl. Thinking of this, Su Yu did not dare to hesitate. He immediately displayed the space domain and went to the Heavenly Law Prison. One day passed. Su Yu stopped at the top of a deserted pavilion, feeling a little tired. Standing here, he could overlook the mountains and rivers in front of him. Among them, 2 giant purple mountains were the most eye-catching. The mountains were bare, without any vegetation. A huge canyon was formed between the 2 mountains. Purple light shot up into the sky, and from a distance, it was a sea of burning purple flames. From time to time, some people came and went, but they were in a hurry, as if they did not want to stay nearby for long. Although Su Yu was far away, he could still feel the strong pressure hidden in the flames, as well as the deep chaotic energy. That was the entrance to the Heavenly Law Prison, an underground prison. Under the invisible flames, there were countless strong stone men. The weakest was at the ancient saint level, and the strongest was at the great saint level. In fact, there might even be a 10,000 saints expert among them. Is your destination the Heavenly Dao Prison? The young lady's voice rang in his ears. Su Yu didn't need to turn his head to know that the girl was on a rock 30 feet away from him. Her hands were against the stone, and her eyes were calm as she stared at Su Yu's back quietly. Are you afraid? Su Yu asked. The young girl shook her head. There are indeed people in the Heavenly Dao Prison that I fear. However, they are all imprisoned. You can't use them to threaten me. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination as he leaped into the sky above the valley. As he descended, he could faintly see a group of stone men flashing in the flames. A stone golem exuding the aura of a great sage and holding a strangely shaped spear in his hand asked, "Who goes there?" Behind him were many ancient sage stone golems. Su Yu took out the Heavenly Law Alliance's mission scroll and said, "I was entrusted by the Heavenly Law Alliance to mend the Heavenly Law Prison." Whoosh, the mission scroll was taken away by the other party. The latter touched the scroll with his finger, and the words Heavenly Law Alliance appeared, confirming that it was the real scroll. Take out the document. Not only did they want the mission scroll, but they also wanted to investigate Su Yu's identity. They were very strict. Su Yu followed their procedures and accepted all kinds of investigations and interrogations. After 2 hours, they couldn't find any problems. Only then did they give Su Yu a stone slip. Keep this well. In the next month, you can enter the prison with this stone slip. There is no need to check your identity again. However, after a month, The stone slip will lose its effectiveness, and you will have to replenish it. Suyu nodded and leaped into the purple flames. The purple flames seemed to be burning fiercely, but they had no heat at all. There was only a strong sense of suppression. Suyu's cultivation of the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master had been suppressed to the early stage of the Heavenly Law Master. He was shocked, but he heard the voice from the stone slip. The Heavenly Law Prison has a suppressive effect on the cultivation of all kinds of creatures. Don't be surprised. Suyu was surprised. You are. I am the 9th stone spirit. I am responsible for helping you mend the Heavenly Law Prison, the stone spirit said. It turned out that the stone slip was not only a proof of entry into the Heavenly Law Prison, but also a kind of surveillance. It could monitor the actions of the people who entered the Heavenly Law Prison at any time. Once they did anything harmful to the Heavenly Law Prison, the stone spirit would immediately sound the alarm. Of course, if the rules were followed, how could the stone spirit be a good helper? All the creatures, including the stone men? Suyu asked. The stone spirit answered truthfully, the stone men are the descendants of the Son of Heaven. They are protected by the chaotic energy and are not affected by the suppression of the Heavenly Law Prison. Oh! Would the chaotic aura be enough to protect him? This was really a big discovery. In this way, if he stimulated the chaotic energy in his body, his cultivation could be restored to the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master, which was the level of an ancient saint. Once those strong men of the great saint level entered the prison, their cultivation would fall to the level of an ancient saint and be reduced to the same level as him. Please go to the place that needs to be repaired, the stone spirit reminded him. Under its guidance, Suyu landed at the bottom of the flames. He saw that the ground was a huge transparent glaze. On the glaze, there were many mysterious and dazzling patterns of the formation. Suyu only took a glance at them and was immediately attracted. His mind and body involuntarily looked into the formation. Fortunately, the Soul Emperor robe in Suyu's soul sounded an alarm and woke him up abruptly. Suyu immediately moved his eyes away. He was surprised. What a powerful formation. Just a glance at it could affect one's state of mind. You woke up on your own without my reminder. That's rare, the stone spirit said. I've helped at least 8,000 strong men, if not 10,000. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Suyu naturally would not expose himself. He changed the topic and asked, is the real cage of the Heavenly Law Prison down here? Through the glaze, Suyu could vaguely see narrow cages that seemed to be frozen in the glaze. From time to time, he could see the black shadows in the cages flashing by. Yes, that is the first layer of the cage. There are also the second and third layers, the stone spirit said. Oh, there are 2 other layers. What kind of criminals are imprisoned in the first layer? Suyu asked. Extremely vicious people with the strength of great saints. What about the second layer? Criminals who threaten the safety of the 9-star civilization are at the level of all saint. There are even all saints. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. What about the last and third layer? It's confidential, no comment, the stone spirit said. Its answer was within Suyu's expectations. The third layer must be imprisoning those unknown, ferocious criminals, and it was very likely that the 7 students of the human ancestor were among them. 2 updates will be made up at noon tomorrow. Chapter 3048. Suyu's heart was pounding, but he remained calm on the surface. Can the repair task only be done here? His current position was only the outer part of the Heavenly Law Prison, not even the first layer. Of course, with your identity, you are absolutely not allowed to enter the inner part, the stone spirit replied. Suyu was suddenly put in a difficult position. If he could not enter the first layer, how could he enter the second layer or even the final third layer? If he could not enter the inner layer, how could he resist the ancestor of the Soul Saint clan? What identity can I enter? Suyu asked, unwilling to give up. The stone spirit was silent for a moment, then said, 2. One is a sinner, and the other is a stone man. The so-called stone man was a great saint-level stone man, and only they held the key to enter the Heavenly Law Prison. Neither of these identities were easy to obtain. Suyu's eyes flashed. What are the consequences of forcibly entering? He looked around and saw many seal holes that needed to be repaired. The stone spirit said without hesitation, "You will become the prey of the heavenly law prison. Not all the sinners are locked in cages in the heavenly law prison. Some are exiled. Once outsiders enter, they will be the prey they chase." After a pause, the stone spirit reminded him, "They have not eaten for many years." In other words, the prey it referred to was a true prey. Those who fell into it would be hunted down as prey and then eaten. Just thinking about it made Suyu shudder with fear. Unless you had no other choice, you should not choose this path. At this critical moment, suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the corner of the valley. Those who were repairing the heavenly law prison were immediately attracted and rushed over to see what was going on. Suyu was curious. Why were there people fighting here? Weren't they all here to repair the seal? There were no benefits to fight for. By the time he arrived, the area where the fight was taking place was already filled with people. Suyu stood at the back of the crowd and looked over with his hands behind his back. He found that it was a human and two barbarian bulls who were fighting. The human was a thin young man with an elegant face, but his attacks were ruthless. A sawtooth-shaped Taoist sword drew a deep sword mark in his hand. Suyu was secretly surprised. The sword mark should be the ancestral technique of the South Emperor Sword Saint, but this technique should have been lost many years ago. Moreover, the lineage of the South deity Sword Sage was not human. It could be seen that this person must have learned it from an unknown source. The two experts of the barbarian bull race had reached the great sage level. Although they were restricted to the ancient sage level due to the suppression of the land, their various ancestral techniques and powers were not suppressed. They all displayed their own ancestral techniques. The collision of three ancestral arts was actually still suppressed by the mark of the sword, and it forced the two experts of the Raging Bull clan to retreat repeatedly. "Let's join forces." The two experts of the barbarian bull clan flew into a rage out of humiliation. They glanced at each other and actually unleashed a powerful ancestral technique together. That ancestral method was much more condensed than before. The ancestral technique swept out, immediately destroying the remaining sword scars of the young man. If the latter used the sword scars again, it would be very difficult for him to block it. After all, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. If nothing unexpected happened, the young man would definitely be defeated. But who would have thought that at this moment, the young man would suddenly put away the Dao sword and switch to a palm technique? He slapped his palm across the air, and the purple flames in the surroundings collapsed. The heavenly Dao Master Qi in the world also frantically gathered at the center of his palm before turning into an extremely full remnant mark. Suyu was surprised again. The ancestral technique of the Pandong clan? The Pandong clan was also a clan that had disappeared in the long river of history. Legend had it that their clan originated from the legendary Pangu clan. Although it had never been verified, the ancestral technique of the Pandong clan was indeed extremely powerful and had the great power to split the heavens and the earth. When the palm was unleashed, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and the chaos was completely destroyed. The palm at this moment was the ultimate ancestral technique of the Pandong clan. An outsider had mastered 2 ancestral techniques that should not have been mastered at the same time. Suyu could not help but think of the figure of a young woman. That was the god thief. The person who specialized in stealing the ancient tombs of the great saint clans and stealing ancestral techniques. Of course, she had another identity, Su Cai's master. However, the ancestral technique that the young man in front of him had learned was much more brilliant than the god thief. Even his cultivation was far stronger than the god thief. Under the current suppression, the cultivation that he displayed was at the level of an ancient sage, but in fact, it should be at the level of a great saint. Coupled with the powerful ancestral technique, his strength could be described as earth-shattering. "Break!" The young man bellowed, and the 2 barbaric bulls were destroyed on the spot. The treasures and artifacts that they carried with them were scattered on the ground, attracting many onlookers to snatch them. In the midst of the chaos, Suyu faintly heard their discussion. "Hey, the barbaric bulls have always been arrogant and domineering. They didn't even know that they had provoked the Star Ocean swordsman. Haha, so you also recognized him? Nonsense. The Star Ocean Swordsman is so famous. How could I not recognize him? I believe that many people here recognized him, but no one reminded the two people of the barbaric bulls. Humph. Those two idiots usually take advantage of their strength to bully others. It would be strange if someone would warn them. But it is strange. With the qualifications of the Star Ocean Swordsman, it is not worthwhile to come here to repair the Heavenly Law prison, is it? Sure. Don't make presumptuous guesses. If you don't want to get yourself into trouble, shut up. Suyu heard them, and his eyes fell on the Star Ocean Swordsman. After killing the two people, he silently picked up the iron mask on the ground and put it on his face again. Then, before the stone men arrived, he quietly returned to his original position. The great sage stone man arrived with a group of stone men guards. Looking at the flesh and blood on the ground, he said with an indifferent expression, "Another meaningless killing." He looked around at the crowd and gave them a warning look. "I will say this for the last time. No fighting is allowed outside the Heavenly Law prison. If you are discovered again, humph, you will be regarded as a criminal and imprisoned in the Heavenly Law prison." The Heavenly Law prison had many cages to imprison criminals. Disperse. In this way, the crowd dispersed one after another and returned to their original positions to continue the repair of the Heavenly Law prison. The great sage stone man said coldly, "At most 5 days. If the repair task is not completed, all of you get out." The repair of the Heavenly Law prison could not be carried out at a slow pace. So far, it had been going on for several years. The higher-ups were very dissatisfied with their progress and ordered that it must be completed within 5 days. On that day, strong men from the Upper Stone Man Palace would come to check on the situation. If they were found to have not completed the repair, the stone men present would be punished for incompetence. Only 5 days. Suyu's mouth twitched. When it rains, it pours. Was it easy for him to find a good place to hide? In the end, after 5 days, whether they had repaired the seal or not, they would have to leave. He had to find a way to stay and break into the 3rd level. He recalled the stone man's words in his mind and came up with a plan. It seemed that he needed to find a way to be a criminal and enter the Heavenly Law prison. As for how to be a criminal, didn't the stone man say? Whoever fought again would go in. His eyes swept around and fell on a big and burly man not far away. Chapter 3049. Now, he was suppressed to the 3rd stage of the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master. Suyu could tell that he was a hot-tempered, boorish man. "I'm sorry, brother. This is the first time I've been a bad guy. Please forgive me." Suyu made up his mind. He strode forward and kicked away the repair materials he had just taken out. His face, which was hidden under the black robe, looked ferocious. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Damn fatty. I've been annoyed by you for a long time." He swore to himself that he had sinned. In his life, he had never taken the initiative to bully anyone. He had never expected that he would break the rule today. Amitabha, Suyu thought to himself. His eyes were fixed on the boorish man. He was waiting for him to lose his temper. Then, the two of them could fight, and he would be imprisoned in the Heavenly Law prison. "Ah!" The boorish man screamed and raised his head. However, he didn't get angry. Instead, he held both of Suyu's hands and said, "Brother, you kicked me well. You really kicked me well." Suyu was stunned. What was wrong with this person? The boorish man looked at the ground excitedly and said, "Brother, you're really a god. You kicked away the confusion that had trapped me for half a month. I didn't know that this was how the seal should be repaired." Hey! Suyu lowered his head to take a look. Only then did he realize that he had unintentionally kicked many of the materials into the various fine cracks. Then, the materials melted quickly and fused with the seal, repairing part of it. "Ha ha ha, my mission is almost complete." The boorish man held Suyu's hands and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much." As he spoke, he took out some precious gifts and stuffed them into Suyu's hands. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "You're welcome." Suyu took a deep breath. He had an urge to beat himself up. How could this work? "I'm going to rest. I'll come back tomorrow. Brother, goodbye." The boorish man did not give Suyu the chance to continue being a bad guy. He cupped his fists and left happily. Suyu looked at the gifts in his hands and made up his mind again. He looked around and found a bearded, middle-aged man with a face full of scars squatting on the ground not far away. He was tall and sturdy, even bigger than the boorish man just now. The ferocity in his eyes was terrifying. This person did not look like a good person at first glance, so he had no qualms about finding trouble with him. Suyu strode forward with large strides and was about to kick him. However, as he recalled his previous mistake, he switched to kicking his shoulder instead. The latter was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. "Why aren't you greeting me when you see me? Are you courting death?" Suyu said fiercely. As expected, the bearded man would retaliate in rage. But who knew that he would suddenly cover his face with his hands and cry loudly? His voice was strange, like that of a man or a woman. "Boo-hoo, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." The bearded man sat on the ground with his legs wide open. He shouted and shook his chest that was full of thick black hair from time to time. Tears flowed from her eyes. Suyu was stunned on the spot. At this moment, the beautiful woman beside the bearded man could not stand it anymore and immediately helped him up. The bearded man leaned on her shoulder and wailed, "Ashio, I'm so pitiful. I didn't provoke anyone, but I was kicked by him. Boo-hoo. This world is so scary. I want my mother. Want my mother." Suyu really wanted to hammer his own chest 300 times to vent the anger in his chest. The beautiful woman rebuked Suyu and said, "Sir, Ahua is a kind and sensible child. Don't you think it's too much to bully her like this?" "Ahua." Suyu's whole body twitched. He quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry. It's a misunderstanding." He tossed the gift to Ahua. "As compensation, this is for you." Ahua immediately stopped crying. She blinked her big eyes and accepted the gift shyly. She mumbled, "Thank you, sir. I won't cry anymore." Hiss. Suyu shuddered and quickly left. He looked around and was speechless. Normally, he did not cause any trouble, but the whole world was trying to find trouble with him. Today, it was so difficult for him to find trouble with even one person. Suddenly, Suyu saw the iron-masked man called the Star Ocean Swordsman. Others might be afraid of the Star Ocean Swordsman's power, but Suyu was not. Moreover, this man was cruel and merciless. He was probably someone who would immediately fight back if provoked. After confirming his target, Suyu made a prompt decision. He strode over and cursed angrily, "Are you blind? Get out of my way." The Star Ocean Swordsman, who was repairing the cracks in the seal, raised his head coldly and said, "Are you looking for death?" He had a chance. Suyu said sternly, "I told you to get out of my way. Are you deaf?" The Star Ocean Swordsman's eyes flickered with hostility. He pulled out his sword and thrust it at Suyu without hesitation. Suyu almost laughed out loud. This was the effect he wanted. He raised his hand and grabbed. A defensive ancestral art was unleashed. As soon as the remnant mark appeared, it contained the extremely sharp sword mark, and then it melted bit by bit. The Star Ocean Swordsman was startled and attacked even more fiercely. He extended his palm and used the peerless ancestral technique of the Pandorn clan. A powerful ancestral technique swept toward Suyu fiercely. 2 of the barbaric Bull clan's experts had been killed by this move. Suyu was not afraid at all. He used another defensive ancestral technique. The 2 superimposed defensive techniques had an amazing power. They managed to resist the enemy's mark and caused a loud explosion. Such a great disturbance immediately attracted the attention of many people. What the hell? Is the Star Ocean Swordsman crazy? He just killed 2 people and now he is fighting with someone else. No. It is the other person who is crazy. He provoked the Star Ocean Swordsman. He is really crazy. The Star Ocean Swordsman was not a person to be trifled with. How could the black-robed man be so stupid as to provoke the Star Ocean Swordsman? However, to their surprise, Suyu's strength was extremely strong. He was on par with the Star Ocean Swordsman. They were fighting back and forth, and neither could do anything to the other. Furthermore, the huge commotion finally attracted the stone men who had just left not long ago. Stop! The stone great sage shouted angrily. Su Yu and the Star Ocean swordsman stopped. The stone great sage said coldly, "What I said just now, you all turned a deaf ear to it, didn't you?" The Star Ocean swordsman snorted coldly. "He provoked me first." "Haha, do you think I believe that?" The stone great sage snorted. The Star Ocean swordsman often had conflicts with people here. Almost every time, it was because of some trivial matter that he deliberately provoked others. How could someone be so stupid as to provoke him? Guards! Throw the Star Ocean swordsman into the Heavenly Law prison. Many stone men rushed over and suppressed the Star Ocean swordsman. The latter was shocked and angry. "I am innocent. Cut the crap. Throw him in," the stone great sage said without hesitation. Soon, the Star Ocean swordsman was taken away. The stone great sage looked at Su Yu, who immediately said calmly, "Actually, I provoked him first. Please punish me." It seemed like the plan was going to succeed. However, to Su Yu's dismay, the stone great sage suddenly laughed and patted Su Yu's shoulder. "Well done. To deal with evil forces like the Star Ocean swordsman, you should resist tenaciously. Only then can you suppress their arrogance. Guards, this person has performed well. Promote him to be the captain of the security team. He will be responsible for maintaining order outside the Heavenly Law prison." As he spoke, he patted Su Yu's shoulder again. "Do well, I have high hopes for you." At this moment, Su Yu was completely confused. Chapter 3050. A stone man behind him walked over and gave Xia Qingchen an identity token and a stone stick. The stone man said, "With the token, you can command the people who repair the seal at any time. With the stone stick, you can attack them. Whoever disobeys the command will be attacked." Su Yu accepted it helplessly. This was not what he wanted. In addition, if there is an emergency, you can also enter the first level of the Heavenly Law prison with the token to maintain order inside, the stone man added. "Huh?" Su Yu was shocked. He pretended to be calm and said, "Does the first level you mentioned refer to the bottom?" "Yes." The stone man said, "However, you can only enter in an emergency. Anyone who enters at other times will be severely punished." Su Yu said thoughtfully, "What about an emergency?" The stone man said, "For example, if you find someone trying to break out of the prison on the first level and you don't have time to inform us, you can decide to enter and stop them from doing so. Except for this situation, you are not allowed to enter at any other time." Su Yu wore a flattered look on his face as he replied, "I understand. I definitely won't let you down." The stone man nodded and caught up with the stone great sage. His eyes flashed and he said, "My lord, why do you need to add an extra person to patrol, especially an alien?" The important task of patrolling had always been undertaken by the stone men. How could they entrust it to an outsider? The rock great sage's indifferent face revealed a sinister expression. "Firstly, this person's strength is great. He's actually on par with the Star Ocean swordsman. He's perfect to suppress those disobedient mission takers. Secondly, do you really think those prisoners in the Heavenly Law prison will be obedient?" The stone man's face showed a hint of fear. 20 years ago, they broke the seal and escaped. Now that a crack has appeared in the seal, will they just sit and wait for death? As soon as he said this, the stone men's faces changed. 20 years ago, there was a serious case of criminals escaping in the Heavenly Law prison. At that time, many criminals successfully escaped and caused considerable damage to the Heavenly Law prison. Fortunately, Emperor Xiaoyaro appeared in time and captured most of the criminals and resealed them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it was said that 20 years ago, all the stone men guarding the Heavenly Law prison died in battle. Many of them were great sage stone men, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Suddenly hearing that something might happen again, which stone man wouldn't be worried? However, you don't have to worry too much. This time, no one will be able to escape. The great stone sage smiled meaningfully. The stone golems calmed down a bit, understanding the great stone sage's intentions. With Su Yu's ground patrol around, once a convict escaped from prison, with his strength, he would be able to hold them off temporarily and give the stone men some time to warn them. Then, he would leave unhurriedly, lest he be attacked suddenly and end up like the stone men 20 years ago. On the ground. As Su Yu watched them leave, he was also pondering the meaning behind his sudden identity as a patroller. Guarding the Heavenly Law prison was a very serious matter. Would those stone men dare to casually appoint someone they had never met to guard it for them? It was obvious that they were up to no good. However, this was exactly what Xia Qingchen wanted. If I wait for the criminals to break out of the prison, the chances are too slim. I'd better enter it myself. Su Yu had the badge in his hand, so after he entered, the criminals wouldn't dare to attack him. However, there were too many people here, so it was better to wait for an opportunity. He silently assumed the role of a patroller, supervising everyone present as they repaired the seals. One day passed. Everyone felt exhausted. In addition to the mental strength required to repair the seals, it was also related to the strong pressure in this place. They were affected by this and felt extremely tired. Su Yu was in the body of Mirror Flower Tianzi, so he was naturally fine. However, since everyone had left, he certainly couldn't stay. Thus, he quietly left with the crowd. Everyone found an area, sat cross-legged, and trained. They would continue to repair the cracks tomorrow. At a certain place, several people gathered, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Su Yu was no stranger to one of them. It was Su Xiaoya's former teacher, the Saint Thief. What happened today? Why was the third senior brother captured and sealed in the Heavenly Law prison? The Saint Thief frowned. Is this part of the third senior brother's plan? The one who answered was the sissy man with the beard. He shook his head and said calmly, no, he was deliberately provoked by an unknown person, which triggered the fight. The Saint Thief raised his eyebrows high. Who is that person? Did he discover us? Is that why he provoked us? Everyone was thinking, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense. If that's the case, then it's over. It's very likely that our every move is being watched by the stone men, someone said in a low voice. The Saint Thief thought for a long time and shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem like it. If this person is responsible for monitoring us, the stone men don't need to expose him. However, no matter what his identity is, he has already hindered us. We either act as soon as possible, or get rid of him to avoid future troubles. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, let's act as soon as possible. The third senior brother has been imprisoned in the Heavenly Law prison, and his life is in danger at any time. Then let's act tonight. The Saint Thief said. Everyone nodded slightly and dispersed like phantoms, ready to wait for the opportunity to enter. At the foot of a mountain, Su Yu took a deep breath and looked at the sky. Then, like a tiger or leopard, he jumped into the valley. At the moment, the appearance of the Heavenly Law prison had been taken over by the stone men, and no one was allowed to approach. However, no matter how tight their defense was, there were still some loopholes. That was, when the patrol teams handed over their duties to each other. Every night, there were 2 patrol teams alternating, and at that time, the patrol teams would leave Liuli for about half a cup of tea. During this time, it was the only opportunity to enter the crevice. Once they exceeded this time, they would lose all opportunities tonight. Su Yu hid behind the stone and counted the time in silence. When half of the night had passed, Su Yu looked over. Sure enough, the patrol team retreated to the edge. Like a phantom, he rushed towards Liuli with vigorous steps. However, to Su Yu's surprise, another group of people rushed down from the stone wall of another mountain not far away. Su Yu was shocked. He thought that he had been discovered and the stone men had set up an ambush. Wasn't the other party the same? When they found Su Yu, they were all trembling with fear. The 2 sides met face to face in the air, looking at each other. The bearded sissy suddenly recognized him. You're the newly appointed patroller? Why are you here? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to be reported for his sneaky behavior. An idea came to his mind. He took out the stone rod and shouted, I have been waiting for you here for a long time, and you have finally come out. All of you stop, don't move. Chapter 3051. The expressions of Holy Pirate and the others changed. Had their plan been exposed? Scatter. Holy Pirate shouted. He immediately used his ancestor skills and disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people did the same. Under the cover of the night, they all scattered and fled. Not long after, the Stoneman patrol team on the ground rushed over and found Suyu floating in midair. They immediately surrounded him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Heavenly Law prison?" Suyu took out a token, and only then did the stone people let down their guard. "Don't you know the rules? You are not allowed to come to the Heavenly Law prison at night," a stone man berated. Suyu said calmly, "I received a secret report that someone is planning to break into the Heavenly Law prison tonight. I can't be sure, so I came here to set up an ambush. If I find anything wrong, I will inform you. I did discover a group of people with ill intentions just now." The stone golems didn't say anything else. They really did see a group of people sneaking around. "Forget it, just don't do it again. If there's any similar news, inform us first. Let's go back." Suyu managed to escape the calamity and returned to the foot of the mountain expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the Stoneman patrol team notified the Great Sage of the Stoneman's whereabouts. The Great Sage dispatched a group of stonemen to search everywhere to see if he could find out who the culprits were. At the foot of the mountain, Suyu could not help but sigh. How unlucky. There was actually someone who had the same idea as him, wanting to barge into the Heavenly Law prison while the patrol team was changing shifts. It was fortunate that he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would not be small. "We can only wait for 2 days, Suyu said helplessly. After tonight's matter, the Stoneman patrol team would definitely increase their vigilance. If they tried to force their way in, they would definitely be walking into a trap. The other side. The group of people who had scattered and escaped gathered together again. A black-robed man hammered the stone wall. "Damn it, who leaked our plan? That's right, there must be a traitor among us." Even Holy Pirate deeply believed this. If this was not the case, how could the other party have coincidentally laid an ambush there? Instead, a woman said meaningfully, "Everyone, is there a traitor among us, or does the other party just happen to be plotting something?" As soon as he said that, everyone started to think again. Yes, when the two sides met, they seemed a little surprised. It didn't seem like an ambush. I understand. He was afraid that his evil intentions would be exposed, so he used his identity as a patroller to hide himself. After analyzing, they finally came to a correct conclusion from their panic. "Motherfucker. This person has ruined our plans again and again. First, you sent the Star Ocean Swordsman to the Heavenly Law prison, and then ruined our plan. This person is definitely our stumbling block." Holy Pirate's gaze froze. "What do you mean? Get rid of him first." The bearded sissy said, "If we don't get rid of this person, it might affect our progress." The few mysterious people nodded. Holy Pirate thought about it for a long time. He shook his head and said, "It is best not to act rashly. He is a patrolman appointed by the Stone Man. If anything happens to him, the Stone Man will investigate. We might even be found out." Holy Pirate nodded. "Then what should we do?" Wait for the right time," God Pirate said cautiously. "But, could it be that we're just going to let this resentment go like this?" The full-bearded sissy said unwillingly. Holy Pirate's gaze flickered, and he said coldly, "Of course not. This person is a threat. We'd better think of a way to remove his identity as a patroller." The next day, above the Heavenly Dao prison, everyone was busy repairing the seal. They didn't know that someone had tried to break through the seal the previous day. Suyu was patrolling as he pondered. "There are only 5 days left," Suyu murmured. "In 5 days, I must find a way to enter the Heavenly Law prison, otherwise, even if he didn't check carefully, he could feel that there was a very weak consciousness at the soul level that was monitoring him." As Suyu was in a daze, suddenly, a seal mender from a remote corner came to him in a panic and said, "Patrolman, bad news. I have something to report to you." Suyu came back to his senses. "What's the matter?" "I found a new crack," the other person said. Suyu's eyes were secretly shocked. A new crack meant that the stone men hadn't discovered it yet. They could enter from it quietly without being detected. "Take me there," Suyu said. The mender immediately led the way in front. He didn't know that after turning around, Suyu's eyes were pale. He stared at his head silently for a while. In that remote corner, the disguised Holy Pirate and several companions were arranging a set of formations. Holy Pirate, can this psychedelic formation really work? The bearded sissy didn't quite believe it. The Holy Pirate said inscrutably, "Do you know who refined this formation?" "How would I know?" The bearded sissy was speechless. There were many people in the world who could refine weapons. However, the psychedelic formation requires a very high soul attainment. Otherwise, it would be difficult to succeed. The psychedelic formation emphasized the confusion of people's souls. Therefore, the formation must have a very high soul attainment. At present, the best soul formation came from the Soul Saint clan. They were the only race that could master the soul realm and even had the soul ancestral technique. The illusory formations that they had refined all possessed unimaginable abilities. It was said that as long as the people of the Soul Saint clan understood even a trace of the ancestral technique, they could refine a superior formation that was difficult to find in the outside world. This set of formation flags is said to have been refined by the most outstanding member of the Soul Saint clan, Linghu Jie. He is a genius junior who has comprehended 1/3 of the ancestral technique. What? The people present were shocked. The bearded sissy was shocked. How could Linghu Jie refine this set of formation flags for you? The Soul Saint clan has a terrible background. What can they not have? What did you use to convince him to refine it for you? Holy Thief pointed at himself and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you think I need to buy it?" If that was the case, he would not live up to the title of Holy Thief. Stole it? The bearded sissy stared. To be able to steal something from the Soul Saint clan, Holy Thief was too powerful. In the Soul Saint clan, there were so many terrifying old monsters that they could not be counted. Holy Thief laughed. "Of course, I don't have the ability to break into the Soul Saint clan to steal things. I took it from a high-class auction house. This item should be something that Linghu Jie specially refined to repay some people's kindness. That's how it ended up on the market." Only then did everyone come to a realization. The bearded sissy gasped in admiration. "Your luck is too good. You actually managed to find such a peerless treasure." Considering Linghu Jie's attainments in the art of the soul, the hallucination formation he refined would be strong enough to trap a great sage for 10 days. The most precious thing was that the Soul Saint clan rarely refined things for the outside world. For many years, they had not seen the psychedelic formation of the Soul Saint clan wandering outside.